Traveler, Paimon. It's been a while. As it happens, there is a letter here for you. One moment. Here.
A letter? From who? Dear Diary, I'm Kale. I work as a trainee forest ranger under my master, Tainar. I've been getting better and better at reading lately. Mr. Al-Haytham says that the written word is a crucial medium for exploring the world and understanding. That said, what should I write about? Things are pretty quiet in Sumeru these days. When I think back to the days when I suffered from Elazar, or way back to when I was injected with God Rimming, I'll leave it there for now. Master said he'll take me shopping in Sumeru City today, which is great, because I've been meaning to visit—
Kale.
Yes, Master! Huh?
What's wrong, Kale? Is there some—
No, sorry. I didn't mean to stare.
Master Tainari. Tainari is the General Mahamatra. He's probably busy arresting criminals in Sumeru City. I mean, if that's what floats your boat, I can introduce you, but—
Wait, Master Tainari is the General Mahamatra? But what about Mr. Sino?
You mean that guy who just joined the Vahumana Darshan? Rumor has it he's the leader of the Temple of Silence. If that's true, it's pretty impressive. Sounds like you've been getting to know more and more people since you joined the academia. That's great.
What's going on? Sethos is acting like he's my master. And Master Tainari has taken over Mr. Sino's job. If so, it's a weird choice of prank. But anyway,
Hey, you're zoning out again. I'm gonna buy some tools.
Wait! He's right. It has been a while since I last visited Sumeru City. Was it always like this? I mean, is this really Sumeru City?
Did you see who just walked by? I think she's that famous merc. Would you like some fruit? Would you like some fruit?
How will
Takes
I ever
courage
save
to
enough money
maintain
to
a
buy
peaceful
that
life,
custom-made axe with floral carvings from the blacksmith?
I heard that the sage disappears without a trace as soon as he gets off work. It's a little mysterious.
Lord Kabe Bay, did you get a chance to review this month's...
You mean the version? I was thinking that maybe our profit margin is a little excessive. I visited some of our commercial partners last month.
Are you suggesting that we give up some of our profits for them?
Well, since we have more than we need, yes. Making money for its own sake is pointless. Don't worry, I've already planned for it, and the numbers look fine. Also, about that designer you hired, I've had to revise his proposal 3 times now, but he just doesn't seem to... Let's cut our losses. Pay him his fee and send him on his way. I'd like you to get Layla on this instead. She was Cyrus's student, and she designed the Palace of Alcazarzare. Seems like a much safer... Who's sneaking around over there?
Mr. Kave?
Do you recognize this person, sir?
Yes, it's all right. We've met. This is Kale, Sethos' trainee. He brought her along the last time I went for drinks with him. What brings you to the city, Kale?
No, this is all wrong! This can't be real. I have to ask someone else. There's gotta be someone else out there who still remembers—
Hey, wait! Don't run off! How strange. What's gotten into her?
It's like everyone switched places. I guess I'll keep looking around.
Would you like a cup of coffee? Would you like a cup of... The store's been...
Students are under so much pressure these days.
Lots of visitors today, I see. Welcome.
Hey, Rahman. You know that guy who sells face powder on Treasure Street? I haven't seen him around in...
Oh, you mean a Hongar? Yeah, he got into a brawl with...
Seriously? Oh, well, that's a shame.
Oh, don't worry about it.
The legendary Flame Mane discussing makeup with the Zubair Theater star.
Flame mate, you know, I'm not actually sure when people started calling me that. Maybe the other Eremites thought I needed a fear. To be completely honest, I think the title would fit you better than me, Dia.
You think? Can't say I've never imagined myself as a merc.
You would?
Is that so strange?
Oh, not at all. In fact, I've actually had similar thoughts before. I've adored the dance of Sub-Zeros ever since the first time I saw you perform it.
Really? If our manager Sataria heard you say that, she'd hold you to... Hey, when that day comes, I'll do your makeup myself.
Sure. If the day comes, I'd be...
Everyone I know, everything I've ever known. Suddenly it's all a jumbled mess. The question is, who's right? Them or me? Oh, my head feels so heavy. I can't think straight.
Mahamatra Tainari! We've apprehended the
They say that the fool is prone to blind faith. Siraj, do you...
Tainari. You were the one who turned the sages against me. Just a few... And now you're trying to stop me again? You should know...
That's enough. I'm not in the mood to listen to your... Karina, Ilias...
Yes, sir.
Next on the agenda is... What is it? Wait, did Professor Zahahati send you? She's been encouraged...
No, Master! It's me! Listen to me. Something really weird is going on in Sumeros. You're not the General Mahamatra. You're a Forest Watcher! Just yesterday, we agreed to come to Sumeros...
All right, there's no rush. Your name is Kale, correct? Although this is our first meeting, you do seem strangely familiar somehow. Is there anything I can help?
No. Master!
What is it?
Huh?
Did you have another nightmare? I've told you before, when you're tired, lay down on your back in bed and get some proper sleep. It's much better for... Now, we're supposed to go shopping in Sumeru City today, remember? Go wash your face, take some deep...
Okay. Thanks, Master Tainari.
And yet,
Dreams can sometimes be a warning of things that will soon come to pass. That dream felt unusually real, didn't it? Here's my suggestion. Since you're heading into Sumeru City anyway, you may as well tell Lesser Lord Kusanali about everything that And just to be on the safe side, I think you should also inform your 2 traveler friends who once helped save Sumeru. I'd write them a letter if I were you. Time is short. A storm is coming from beyond the bounds of fate.
What a strange situation. No wonder Kale was in such a rush to write us a letter. Imagine waking up one day to find that everything around you has changed. You might not even recognize. Let's get to Sumeru and find out what the heck is going on. Traveler! Paimon! Thank goodness. I'm so glad you made it. Of course. We won't let anything happen to you, Kale. So, what's going on? Yeah, I was just gonna... After I wrote my letter, Master and I went to Sumeru City and told the Dendro Archon everything that I experienced. She was silent at first. It seemed like she was deep in thought. Then the next day, we got told that she was ordering everyone to leave Sumeru City immediately and move. The entire population of the city has to move?
Not just Sumeru City. The evacuation also includes Lokapala Jungle, Avidia Forest, Ashavan Realm, and Ardravi Valley. Basically, everyone living in the rainforest must temporarily relocate to Caravan Ribat.
Holy smokes! It's crazy!
Yes, it's quite an operation. Even if people only bring the bare essentials, the scale is simply enormous. They've requisitioned almost all the Sumpter Beasts in Sumeru for the task, including the entirety of Dori's Sumpter Beast Park. The Dendro Archon said that what Kale experienced was not a dream, but a warning. After our meeting, she immediately summoned the 6 sages to analyze the situation and discuss countermeasures. They concluded that the events seen in the dream are very likely to become a reality, and that an unknown danger is rapidly approaching. Oh, please keep that to yourself. We don't want to cause widespread panic. The official reason they've given is a large-scale renovation of the rainforest ecosystem. People are skeptical, but there haven't been any major incidents. So far, at least.
The Dendro Archon seemed really worried when we spoke to her. She said you can go visit her in the Sanctuary of Surasthana when you arrive. She also said she'd hold out until the very end.
Tighnari? Kale? You got a minute? I need a hand here.
One moment, I'll be right there. As a forest watcher, I've been tasked with assisting with the relocation work. There's a lot to be done, and they need all the help they can get. This will be the final group of evacuees from Sumeru City. While they're away from home, they'll be heavily reliant on outside help. Thank you for coming in our time of need. As you can see, another crisis is upon us.
Excuse me, sorry to trouble you, but could you help an old man find his...
Where's my mom? Where did she go?
Don't worry.
Those items are worth a small fortune!
Make sure you store them.
I bet you thought you'd get away with this in the chaos, huh? Guess again. No petty thief gets past me.
We should go help the evacuees.
I'm so glad that you believed me and came all this way to help. It means—
Don't worry. We may not know exactly what's going on yet, but as long as we stick together, goodbye. Look,
will do. See ya.
Paimon's not sure how she found the words to comfort Kale because, honestly, let's head to the Sanctuary of Surasana and see Nahida.
Three moons converge.
Who goes there? No one authorized.
Are you blind? It's the Traveler and Paimon.
Huh? Oh, so it is. I'm sorry, I haven't been sleeping well lately. My nerves— The Dendro Archon is in a very vulnerable state at the moment. Mahamatra Sino is concerned that our enemies might choose this moment to strike.
Just seeing you two again already puts our minds at ease. Please, enter. I'm sure...
Traveler, Paimon.
Aha! Perfect timing. Reliable helpers like you are—
Oh, it's good to see everyone again. Kale gave us what kind of danger is Sumeru City in exactly? And
At this stage, we can't be certain. We're in—
I take it that Kale told you about her string.
yeah, apparently everyone in Sumeru City was acting super weird. Even—
That's right. Kale and Tainari reported the situation to the Dendro Archon. She believes that it wasn't merely a dream.
It's a reasonable inference. Only through Irminsul can people's memory and cognition be so significantly modified in such a short time.
We don't know why Kale would dream of these things, nor who was trying to warn her. The Dendro Archon decided to connect to Irminsul to investigate more thoroughly.
Irminsul is connected directly to the ley lines. The tree serves as a central hub where the ley lines converge, and its core function is to record and store the world's knowledge and memory. But something has gone awry, severely compromising the performance of this core function. Information is bottlenecking inside Irminsul, hampering the ley lines' flow. If this continues, new information will languish unrecorded, with existing records thrown into disarray.
In short, The souls of the dead will be stranded, while the living have their sense of reality warped. In the long run, Kale's dream could well become a reality. And that's just the beginning. There's no telling what other nightmares could end up coming true.
I have come this far, to use my death to open the gates of the ley lines to my people.
Faced with a growing backlog of information, the Dendro Archon decided to connect herself directly to Irminsul and take over the recording and processing function herself.
But it is an almost impossible task. Individual brains aren't equipped to deal with the sheer volume of knowledge and memories involved. All that information flooding. And for a god, even for a god, the suffering must be unimaginable.
The Dendro Archon's power originates from Irminsul. Any issue with the tree itself takes a toll on her to begin with. On top of that, she's subjecting herself to the grueling task of processing all that data. And despite all of this, she is somehow finding the strength to investigate the Irminsul situation from within.
I finished analyzing the latest data. Looks like our working theory was wrong. There's no signs of Irminsul having been attacked from the outside.
So it's internal then? Some sort of disease, perhaps? No. I've spent half my life studying the ley lines. If Irminsul malfunctioned this easily, the world would have met its end long ago.
Sino? What is it?
Not long ago, I got a tip from the Core of 30 that a large number of unidentified merchant caravans had recently been spotted entering. At first, I suspected that they might have something to do with all this, so I sent some people to investigate. But if
Don't you think there are more important things to worry about right now than guessing who's behind all? It's been over 12 hours with no new intel. If even the Keeper of Irminsul is this badly affected, you can imagine how bad things are in there.
Dendro Archon.
What's wrong?
Her breathing is weak, and her elemental energy levels are dangerously low.
Looks like it's time to move to the backup plan.
What's the backup?
Get out of the city and take the Dendro Archon with us. The entrance to Irminsul is directly beneath the sanctuary of Surasthana. That means this is ground zero if anything goes wrong.
The Dendro Archon has a very strong connection to Irminsul. But theoretically, under normal circumstances, she could unleash her full power here. But with Irminsul...
The situation is critical. There's no time to deliberate. Everyone in agreement?
I'll deal with it. I'll also let the Matra and the Core of 30 know.
Let's go. No sense grieving when there's nothing more we can do.
Agreed. We'll be back as soon as this is over.
The last group of civilians has been safely evacuated. Dendro Archon's carriage will travel with them. Sino and Hat Guy will protect the convoy. With the Dendro Archon in a coma, we've lost our means of investigating the situation. And with Irminsul still deteriorating, we have no choice but to evacuate Sumeru City. Feels as though we're being pushed along by...
Stop moaning, Cyrus. We're the teachers here. We should be showing a little more confidence, don't you think?
A wise judgment.
Let's move out to Caravan Rebot.
Sir, all units are in position.
Good. Everything is going to plan. Interfering with Sumeru City is a necessary step, so do not hesitate. We need to speed things up here, too. We don't want to keep our client...
No, sir. You have my word.
They say that fervent ambition attracts the favor of the god, but we appear to be the exception. So, is our ambition not strong enough? Or does it...
How is the Dendro Archon? Her breathing is steady. I prepared some therapeutic incense for her, but her vitals are still very weak. Based on the information you've provided, I have a working hypothesis. Her condition is partly due to Irminsul's influence, and partly due to a physiological imbalance caused by the rapid depletion of her power. Elemental energy usually flows through the body at a relatively constant rate. The body grows accustomed to this rhythm, so when it's thrown out of balance, physical symptoms will appear.
Is this similar to the ley lines? Overloading and withering both directly affect their vitality, potentially causing irreversible damage.
Correct. From a biological perspective, if you overexert yourself, you pay the price with your life. The Dendro Archon is not only drained of power, but her life force is at a critically...
Is there any way to restore her health? I know the ley lines have strong self-healing abilities. As long as any blockages or pollutions are dealt with, they can quickly regain their vitality. But what about people?
Before we think about that, there's a bigger predicament to resolve. Restoring the Dendro Archon's power requires us to heal Irminsul first.
Paimon's already getting lost. Master Tainari and Sino look so serious.
Tainari.
Master Nephis, sages.
Tainari, haven't seen you in ages. Have you gotten taller? Or did your ears get longer?
Hopefully the former, Uncle Baladuri.
Sino, where's Professor Cyrus? I thought he'd be with you.
He went out into the wild to investigate the situation. He said that the Irminsul anomaly will likely start to affect the real world soon.
He shouldn't be trotting around alone at his age. Which way did he go? I'll look for him later.
Would someone mind introducing us?
Ah, yes, of course. Allow me to do the honors. I'm sure we're all familiar with the Traveler and Paimon. They're the heroes who helped foil Azar's conspiracy and save Sumeru. These gentlemen and I are the 6 current sages of the Academia. Balduri and I are part of the Old Guard, while the other 4 took office after Azar and his clique fell from power. We have Sage Alkindi of the Spantamad Darshan, Sage Farnas of Kasharawar, Rataoist Sage Shakir, and finally Harabatot Sage Rusht.
Nice to meet you all.
I've heard much about you. Delighted to finally meet you in person.
You're younger than I imagined for someone with the power to stand up to fate itself.
Once we're on the other side of this, could we get a photo together? My daughter has a friend named Isak. He's...
Of course! No true hero would deny a child their...
Back to business. So with the Dendro Archon, currently, we need to come up with a plan as soon as possible. For now...
Well, firstly, having reviewed the data, I'm inclined to agree with your assessment. This doesn't look like an attack on Irminsul from the outside. Rather, it resembles... That being said, before we consider how to fix it, we need to understand precisely what has gone wrong. Furthermore, we
have no direct access to Irminsul. However, we might be able to gather the information we need from the ley lines, study the branches to learn about the... Wait, is that what Cyrus is up to? No wonder he ran off to research in the wild. Curses always...
I heard that while in the sanctuary of Surasthana, the Dendro Archon had to serve as the central information hub herself. This is a clear sign the situation within Irminsul. Irminsul is vital, not just to the safety of Sumeru, but to all of Teyvat. We must be the ones to bear responsibility for this world.
Are you saying we should consider a scenario in which Irminsul is completely destroyed?
I'm merely pointing out that the possibility...
You have a valid point. But until worst comes to worst, I believe we should focus our efforts on resolving the Irminsul anomaly.
Kale, I understand that you were the first to foresee this crisis.
Of course, but...
If there are no signs of external damage, could it be a stress fracture? Metals tend to suffer from this issue.
It's possible, but surely a stress fracture would be more likely to cause a complete shut...
Sages. General Mahamatra. Sorry to interrupt.
What happened?
Some citizens didn't believe that Sumeru City was really in any danger. They slipped away and hid.
How many people are we talking?
About a dozen. Sakura found them while on patrol, but they appeared to be suffering from psychosis. For whatever reason, they were trying to... By the time we arrived, there were only 2 survivors. One was unconscious from their injuries. The other tried...
Where did this happen?
Near Yasna Monument.
That's not far from Caravan Rebot.
Master.
I know. The Irminsul anomaly is beginning to have effects in the world. I didn't expect it to spread to Yasna Monument so soon. It almost feels like we're being chased relentlessly, with no time to catch our breath.
Sir Cyrus said the same thing. He sent me back to report in, while he continues investigate.
I'll go join him.
Count me in too. Don't let my age fool you, I can still...
Very well. Meanwhile,
Get back soon.
Take care of yourselves.
Please, don't go any further. As you get closer to Sumeru City...
So this is our mentally disturbed man?
I'm going to gut you all.
Cyrus, you didn't even bring a single guard?
It's fine. Come here and look.
Oh! It's...
That's right. Flowers that bloom from openings in the ley lines, indicating some...
I don't believe I've ever seen a color like this before.
Did you discover it nearby?
Not just here. Way over there, too. They're everywhere. There's even more in that direction.
How did you ascertain the situation further ahead? Didn't you just say that we can't go beyond this point?
Yes. This area is relatively safe so far. But if you... However, some vision-bearing mercenaries were able to maintain their sanity a little better. They're the...
Sino, do you remember the class I taught on dissecting ley lines?
I do, Professor. I received full marks in that course.
Good. After all these years, it's time to put that knowledge into practice. There must be anomalous information hidden within these blossoms. Alkindi, been a while since we worked on a project.
Sure has. What?
Anything we can do to help?
Will you need my help?
All right, well, don't...
Let's regroup at Caravan Rebot later. Don't worry.
That should be the heart of Oasis. All we need to do is light it with the fire seed, and it'll restore a pep with element. The damage it suffered internally will also slowly begin to heal. What is it? You thought of something? Really?
Whew. Glad to see you've returned safe and sound.
Any longer and we would have gone out looking for you.
Well, this is a nice surprise.
We've made some progress, so let's start by giving you...
By dissecting the ley line's blossoms, we've been able to deduce that although Irminsul is experiencing an anomaly, it has not completely rejected access from the outside. The Dendro Archon has the power to connect to Irminsul, but there's also another way. I assume you recall the devices everyone was wearing when you first arrived in Sumeru?
Devices? Oh, wait. You mean...
The Akasha terminals?
That's right.
Of course! It's been so long, Paimon almost forgot all about it.
Yes, but although the system isn't currently operational, the technological infrastructure is all still there. And it turns out that a certain someone gets so bored at work that he's actually read through every single one of the instruction manuals.
No prizes for guessing who...
If praising others is that embarrassing for you, you can simply spare your...
As much as it pains me to say anything nice about him, there's no denying his intelligence. The Akasha is exactly what Sumeru needs at this moment. Between us, we should have all the knowledge and expertise we need to get it up and running.
But if I recall correctly, doesn't the Akasha...
That's exactly right. The Akasha relies on the Gnosis as a power source, and in its absence, we'll need to find an...
Namely, to the Temple of Silence. It's the only major institution in Sumeru dedicated to preserving the knowledge of King Deshret's civilization.
I agree.
There's... Master Nephis and the other sages have discussed it. As the chaos from Irminsul continues to spread, Caravan Rebot won't be a safe haven for much longer. We have to move into the desert next. The scholars and sages will head to the Temple of Silence, while the civilian
The Eremites will keep everyone safe during the journey. And Candace...
This leaves us just one thing.
That Dendro Archon.
She's very weak. We can't afford to wait until
Huh. Well, luckily, the Traveler had a
Really?
Wow. Nice one, Traveler.
What say our Amorta experts?
Theoretically, it's feasible. From what you're saying, although elemental life and elemental energy have their differences, the Dendro Archon has explicitly stated that she can imitate the power of the former, in which case... As long as Apep is willing...
It wouldn't be difficult for her at all. The only problem is convincing her to help.
Yeah! Even though she wasn't exactly friendly the last time we met, she didn't refuse to talk with us. When she realizes the danger that Nihida is in, surely she won't turn a blind eye to...
Either way, we're not exactly spoiled for choice here.
Hey, it's better than having no options at all.
I agree. Without Irminsul's aid, the legendary Dendro Dragon Apep may well be the only living thing in Sumeru who can help our Archon recover her power. There's no time to lose. I'll bring this... The academics will go to the Temple of Silence to look for a solution to the Akasha problem. The Eremites will escort the civilians safely to Aru Village, and the Traveler and Paimon will take the Dendro Archon to see
There's still a long road ahead, and no knowing if we'll make it. But at least we...
If there are no objections, then let's proceed. No matter the distance between us. There will always be an invisible force tying us together. May the bond...
Huh. Is that from King of Invocation?
No. This one's from King of Invocation.
What's the...
The sequel's much cool.
Couldn't agree more.
Well, it was very apropos. Once this is all over, I'll give everyone a copy of King of Invocations and the Come on, let...
Tighnari has brought me up to speed, but we can't proceed with everything right away. The people need to rest. For many of you two, please go on ahead with the Dendro Archon. Let's rendezvous at the Temple of Silence.
No problem.
Words can't express my gratitude, so let me just say, I hope...
Alright, let's get going. If Paimon remembers correctly, the Traveler, Paimon. Kale.
Well, Master Tighnari once told me, after you raise a problem, you should think about how to resolve it. But I tried my best to keep up with the conversation, but there was so much new information. I couldn't...
Huh. Paimon knows it, but fear not. Everything you need to know is right here. It's got tons of info about all the things we've seen and heard on our adventures. Some parts are a little simple. You see? Being the greatest guide in Tibet isn't just a fancy title. Paimon doesn't always understand the things you're talking about with other people. Whenever that happens, she notes down the confusing parts and goes,
oh, this is perfect.
Sure. Matter of fact, you can keep it if you want. The spare copy was originally meant for the Traveler. Paimon used to worry that one day he might not need a guide anymore, so she wanted to have a gift for him. But it doesn't seem so necessary nowadays. We have so many more places to see together. One copy will be...
Thank you so much. But still, these are your treasured memories. I think... Anyway, that was all. I won't keep you...
See ya! Alright, time to bring the Hida to see a Pep. Okay. Actually, never mind. In a pap size, Nervalet's probably one of those dragons who's grown too close to humankind. They might end up fighting for all we know.
I had a feeling your kind might come calling. The ley lines are in disarray. Something has gone wrong with Irminsul, yes. Even from a great distance away, I can sense that Sumeru is headed for destruction. You who took our home from us, prepare to watch as your own world is plunged into oblivion. Oh, how the cycle of history comes to a poetic conclusion.
Lokapap! Nahida's in grave danger! Can you please help her?
Is she now? Then do explain. For what reason should I lend Buer my assistance?
Apep, if you truly despise gods and humans so much, well, after the great humiliation of being helped by a god in the past...
Now that is a compelling reason. When El Ahmar plotted against me and I was tortured by forbidden knowledge, it was Buer who saved me from agony. And though I regard with shame the pity of my enemies, to receive aid without repaying it would likewise tarnish a dragon's dignity. Oh, tiny Buer, puny humans. Just this once I shall deign to show you the true power of dragonkind.
Whoa! It's happening again! We're gonna get sucked in!
It is done. The heart of Oasis is supplying her with life force as we speak. It shall not be long before she recovers. But I should warn you. Booer's existence is closely intertwined with Irminsul. Unless the issues plaguing it are resolved, she will never completely recover her former strength.
Thank you.
Spare me your words of gratitude. You may also spare me your feigned concern. A dragon's sovereign's power is far greater than you can imagine. While I was indeed weakened when the heart of Oasis ran dry, providing Tiny Booer with a morsel of my life force shall have little consequence.
Oh, good to hear.
Ever held in high favor, I see.
Oh, well, you know.
The compliment was sincere. Simply I did once. That tree was not planted by the heavenly principles. Irminsul existed before they ever arrived in Tevat.
What?
There was a time when it belonged to Tevat, to dragonkind. Its appearance and function then differed greatly from today. The ley lines flowed with an abundance of a familiar, primitive form of elemental energy. You may know it as the power of the Light Realm. The heavenly principles usurped and refashioned Irminsul, made it serve humanity, and used it to anchor the fate of the world. Yet in the end, humanity, heavenly principles, God of gods. It makes me sick. The enmity between your kind and mine can never be bridged. As things stand today, holding a grudge against you would serve no purpose. But there will come a day when we reclaim this world for ourselves. The opportunity will arise no matter how long we must wait. I can already sense that far away from here, the Hydro Dragon has wrested his authority from the hands of the usurpers. But we have yet to meet. I know that we are both preparing for our revenge day and...
Uh-huh.
I hear a great disturbance.
Huh?
Sandstorms come. The Jinn. Another calamity approaches. You both seem restless. Booer is safe with me. Once she has recovered,
Oh, thanks again!
I told you already I have no need of your feigned concern.
Nahida! You're awake!
Cease your interrogation. Yes, she awoke for a brief moment, but she has now lost consciousness. Take it. We shall talk more at another time.
Where the heck are we? Did you just dump us in the middle of nowhere? Wait, no, Paimon remembers now. The Temple of Silence is over that way. Come on, let's go find the others.
There's no need for everyone to stay here. I'll protect the sages. The rest of you, return to Aru Village.
Yes, Mahamatra sign.
Sino! What's going on?
You're back. How is the Dendro Archon?
What a relief.
It's the Jinn. Countless Jinn have stirred up violent sandstorms across the desert, blocking our... Tainari and Kale have returned to Aru Village to help. The Jinn are being highly aggressive.
It's just one thing after another. As I see it, the only possible candidate is Gurabad.
Gurabad?
Baladuri could explain in more detail if he were here. All I know is a rumor I've heard about from previous trips to the desert. Supposedly, a great number of dormant Jinn lie sealed.
Gurabad is, for me, a fated land. I must therefore return back to this city, where my destiny awaits me still, my master. I am sorry that I couldn't stay by your side for long, and that I could not have more time to get familiar with you.
Lilupar. Yeah, we once said goodbye to a friend there. Well, maybe not a friend exactly, but someone we met on the road. If we can find a way to wake her up, maybe she can...
Well, be careful. You may find there's more than just the Jinn to...
You mean, there are other...
It's a sensible assumption to make. The moment we arrived in Caravan Rebot, the Irminsul anomaly started spreading in that direction. Now we've moved to the desert, and suddenly we're plagued by... To call it a coincidence would be a
Don't worry, we've gotten a lot stronger since our last stint in
It appears the monsters native to the desert have been stirred by the Jinn.
You should get going. We'll take care of things here. You too.
Don't do anything too risky. You got it?
Stabilize!
Without further ado! Target spotted! All units at the ready!
They must be using this place as a stronghold! Are they the ones behind all this? Fighting Jin with one hand and Fatui with the other? This is pure chaos!
Order guide you.
Be cleansed! Like the dust! The sky's clear, the glazed moon shines! Like the dust!
This is order. Stabilize.
Surge!
I'm gonna fix your... Gather!
Like the dust!
Do you see that strange machine? Paimon has a sneaking suspicion that that's the thing wrecking Gurabad and setting all those dangerous Jin free!
The target has reached the core zone. Requesting backup. Repeat, requesting backup.
Backup it!
Careful! They're back again!
Without further ado! Like the dust!
Success! Nice one, Traveler! Let's keep going!
Divine light, shield them!
Solidify!
A moonlit night for all.
Be cleansed! Going home. The sky's clear, the glazed moon shines! Like the dust!
This hunk of junk's gone kaput! Now we can finally...
It seems my subordinates failed to stop you in your tracks.
Apologies, sir.
There is no need to apologize. You did well to hold your ground against such a powerful adversary for as long as you did.
So, you're in charge here, huh? First the problems with Irminsul, now this mess in
I'm afraid I cannot answer that. I assume you aren't naive enough to expect answers from an enemy.
Oh, this guy is so... However you want to spin it, you're clearly involved in this somehow. So you can either start talking, or we'll have... Let's get him! Traveler? What's wrong?
You're remarkably calm. Some would act more rashly upon finding the ringleader all alone. But you keep your cool. Even...
Did you show yourself just to say that?
Is this you trying to take back control of the conversation? Unfortunately, I am here merely to indulge my own curiosity. Your names are well known among the Fatui.
Hey! Don't treat us like we're some kind of
Oh, I wouldn't dream of it. You seem rather predisposed. I'm quite aware that you are both heroes of great renown. You have resolved crises in many nations, and I've been following your adventures with great admiration. My only regret is that the trajectory of your journey conflicts with our goal.
What do you mean, admiration?
I don't see why. We may happen to occupy opposing sides, but there is no cause for deep-seated enmity between us.
Well, now that you're observing us up close...
I've observed as keenly as I can. Yet, while I endeavor to understand, your true strength remains a mystery. Violence is not my area of expertise either, so, you see, I would much rather converse with you like this than determine if... Besides, I've heard that even 3 moons in the sky fail to eclipse your brilliance. I know better than to bite off more than I can chew.
3 moons?
So you have a connection with the Harbinger, the Doctor.
Well deduced. Our commander, Dottore, died in Nodcry, but there are things that do not end with his departure. Look at me. I almost divulged more than I should have.
What are you after? Revenge for Dottore?
I've said quite enough, I believe. There's no point in continuing this conversation, except to say, I've noticed that you seem to know your way around here quite well.
Ugh.
I'll take that as a yes. Then I'm sure you'll have heard the story of this place. The mother of the Jinn, Lilupar, and the tragic tale of her It was right here that Lilupar once helped the wise to ascend to the throne. But from that moment on, every king who sat upon it was corrupted by power. These degenerate rulers lost control over their nation, and with it...
What are you trying to say?
I once admired you for your adventures. That is the earnest truth. But it appears to me that your journey... Are these rules truly just? Does the heavenly principles rule with wisdom or folly? And how can we be sure that the 7, who wield authority over the world, will not...
Do you seriously think you're gonna convince us?
Convince you? I'm sure my commander already tried that. Why would I waste my breath doing... If a few words from a stranger were enough to make someone completely change their stance, it would only prove that they never... I am merely stating my position, so that we might understand each other better. One's enemy in the present may not necessarily be an enemy for life. As for what game I'm playing here, I'm simply buying some time. But it was a wise decision not to attack me immediately. Since you did not fall for my ambush, I will now have to ask those in hiding to reveal.
Leave this to us, sir.
Very well. I trust you to do what is necessary. Stall him, Sumeru City, Irminsul.
Hey! Stop right there! Don't you dare!
All units, stop them! Protect the commander!
Did you hear that? He mentioned Sumeru City and Irminsul! He definitely knows something! We can't let him get away! Get rid of these pesky soldiers, quick!
Rear guard to the front! Don't let them through!
Get that thing in position!
Hold on! Just a little longer!
Light the dust!
Be cleansed!
We finally beat them! That mysterious guy can't have gotten far! Let's catch up with him! Found him!
You're very persistent.
Hey, you! Stop running and What's this?
Relax. A small trap like this won't be... The sandstorms from Gurabad will die down soon enough, but this small window of time was all we need. Don't be discouraged. I knew that someone would come here eventually, so I where to chat with you, which door to exit from, even which mechanism. You, meanwhile, know nothing of who I am. So far, you've only heard my voice, but not to worry. This is only our first meeting.
Just answer me one last question. Why do you continue to follow Dottore? He has—
Follow isn't quite the right word. Let's just say even those you see as villains have their friends, even if they aren't the most sincere of— When any set of rules is established, there will be those who benefit and those who lose out. People will do anything to justify what they have gained, or escape from the hardship imposed upon them. Neither he nor I are tolerated by the rules of this world. We were both searching for a new order. Our ideas of the final form that should take may have differed, but our journeys took a shared path. Goodbye, Traveler and Paimon. I wish you a timely escape, albeit not too soon. I will need a little more time to prepare.
Hey! Come back! Wait, this dark wall. We've seen these on our adventures before. I'm sorry. She shouldn't have jumped the gun. Oh, okay.
Sino and his team are guarding the north.
There's so many Jin. We can't. Don't fret. I am well prepared for this situation.
Huh. So you have a solution?
Perhaps you're unaware that I have a trusty genie partner of my own, Plumpy. Off you go, Plumpy. Come on, what's the holdup? 5,000 mora. 20,000 mora. 100,000 mora. Final offer.
Ah, so she's a hired partner.
Hired partners are reliable too. Plumpy here is a highly skilled negotiator. You'll see. Just a few words from her and... Plumpy! Don't you Jin have any respect for the rules? This was supposed to be a negotiation! You wanna play rough? You can play it that game.
Looks like it's up to us now. Be careful, Kal.
Yes, Master. What happened? How did I pass out? Never mind. Plumpy, it's time for revenge.
You know, this reminds me of when you first arrived in a video forest. You were trying to help a child retrieve a lost toy when you stumbled upon Spino Crocodile territory by mistake.
Yeah, I remember. Our first time fighting side by side.
Fighting side by side? I seem to recall swooping in to rescue you with a team of forest rangers.
Please stop. Ride this off the side!
I'll uproot you! One with the force.
There's too many. I
can't believe I used 12 rare items in one battle. Ugh. I shudder to think how this is going to affect this month's accounts. The sight of that glaring deficit in my—
Tainari, how's the situation on your end?
We held the line, though it was a close call.
They've breached our defenses in the south. The Jin are pouring in.
We're hemmed in. This is getting precarious.
That's why we wanted to confirm your status. We need to consider our next move carefully.
Bad news! Another line of defense—
Kale, go with them and assess the situation. Dorian—
But Master!
This is not a discussion, Kale. Don't worry about us.
Wait! You can't pin all your hope—
Oh, great. I've almost run out of the things I brought with me, and the rest is back at the caravan.
Master?
Need any help?
Huh?
What is it, Kale?
If things continue—
I don't care! Whoever you are! Please!
The only one who can help is you. I am merely here to guide you along the correct path. I am a spirit—
What do you mean?
It doesn't matter. You don't need to understand it. Just repeat after me.
Watch out! Jin!
I am a spirit created at the beginning.
Here goes nothing! I am a spirit, created at the beginning.
I am a flickering illusion.
I am a flickering illusion.
What's wrong, Plumpy? I've never seen you so agitated.
But how
do you know what Kale is reciting?
I am the shimmering light that flows from the eyes of the Creator.
I am the shimmering light that flows from the eyes of the Creator!
It's a song composed by the goddess of flowers, but very few records of it remain, even in historical texts. All we have is a few fragments. Is Kale an avid historian?
Not to my knowledge.
The Jin have actually quieted down. Although, no, it's more than that.
Clearly the songs left by the goddess of flowers have a soothing effect on them. At the very—
Really? Let me— Don't stay away! I'll stop!
It seems like the song only works when Kale recites it.
Kale.
Any luck?
When I heard that loud rumbling in the distance, I thought the shifting sands had bust open the gates to some ancient treasure vault. Turns out—
Huh? Wait! That sounds like—
It's been a long while. Did you miss me?
Jet! Ban!
Let's save the catching up for later. First, I gotta get you guys out of there. This should be the right mechanism. Ben— There we go. Come on, let's leave this place.
Those Fatui sure made themselves scarce.
The Fatui? They came to the desert again?
Yep. No idea what they're planning this time.
How have you been, Jet?
Well, since we last met, I've started my own band of mercs. We've actually made quite a name for ourselves. Oh, yeah. On a slightly different note, I have some good news. I finally took care of Masira. Not much to write home about. It was just another day. Found his hideout. Dragged him out of his cozy little bed. He tried to talk me into seeing his point of view, as usual. But I'm way past that by now. There was nothing he could say to save his life. What about you guys? Bet you'd forgotten all about me and Ben, huh?
Of course not! We're super duper best friends!
Wow. Sounds like I should make time to visit some other nations too.
Oh, right. I almost forgot.
Oh, that bottle?
Yeah! We need her power to come. Here's hoping we actually manage to find her. After all the trouble we've been through. Surely with... Let's see. She should be around here. Aha!
What a long dream that was. It's been a while, my master. Oh, and you're here too, little wildcat. The four of us back together again. Imagine that. After we last parted ways, I merged with the land beneath Gurabad to suppress the dark calamities stirring in the depths. It rekindled the flame of vengeance within the Jinn, depriving Gurabad of any hope of peace. I fought against it for a long, long time. Until one day, I sensed a change in a foreign land to the west. Suddenly, the pitch-black abyss fell silent. Once satisfied that that dark power could no longer bewitch the Jinn, I too fell into a deep slumber, from which I have... Why have you returned to Gurabad, my master? And why is my sand-swept homeland in disarray once more?
Well, basically, Sumeru's in danger and a lot of our friends are affected. Some bad guys messed around with Ermin, so we managed to chase off the culprits, but we have no idea how to seal this place back up and stop the sandstorms.
Child's play. I shall quell the Jinn and scatter the storms.
Thank you, Lilupar.
No need to thank me, my master. I have granted many wishes in my time, and this was the most trivial of them all.
The sandstorm's gone. The sun shines bright again. When I said that we'd meet again under a lovelier sun, this was exactly how I imagined it.
Yay! Although, honestly, Paimon would love to hang out with you more, even if the weather sucked. Well, there shouldn't be any more gin breaking out, right? Are we okay to head back?
Sounds good. You can introduce us to your other friends.
Another adventure begins. Lovely.
The storms have stopped! We should be able to get to the Temple of Silence without any problems now. Time to regroup!
So, this is the Temple of Silence. I've heard the Nagarjanites mention it in passing, but I never imagined it would be this.
I thought the temple moved to the rainforest ages ago. When did they scamper back into the desert?
I don't know. This plan sounds... Even in King Deshret's day, this was experimental technology.
Well, unless you know of another viable alternative for the Akasha terminal...
The plan is sound, and the risks are manageable. However, if we are to... The scale of this project is enormous. Even with Kave, Faruzan, and every other scholar of mechanics working on it full-time, the proposed modifications won't happen overnight.
You're back. Everything all right?
Friends of yours?
Pretty much everyone in the Temple of Silence is. This guy's Kave, and the one next to him is Alhaitham.
Hello, I'm Jet, and this is Lilupar.
Oh, a famous name from the history books.
Pleased to meet you. A friend of a friend is a friend of mine.
Who's they?
Huh? Do people not say that?
Not in the desert. Friends you can trust, but friends of friends? Gotta keep an eye on them. Still, I do trust the Traveler's judgment. I'm sure you're good people.
The sandstorms have calmed down. I take it the Gurabod problem is resolved?
And after getting all smarmy with us, he trapped us there. Luckily, Jet used the mechanism out.
Wow. Thanks for being there to help them.
So... This mystery man openly admitted that he was merely a Harbinger subordinate.
Yeah? Is there something weird about that?
I assume you aren't naive enough to expect answers from an enemy. Well deduced. Our commander, Dottore, died in not...
Are you wondering about his true identity? Or do you think there's a bit...
I wouldn't go as far as to call it a conspiracy. Just the simple fact that having someone to shift the blame on tends to prove useful should trouble come knocking later. The most important thing for now is to solve the immediate problem. Perhaps that man knew you wouldn't have the resources to investigate his background.
This is all getting a little cryptic for me. I'll let you guys talk while I take a walk with Lilupar.
Jet?
Aren't you with the Blazing Beasts? What a coincidence. Didn't expect to run into you here.
We're mercs. You can run into us anywhere. Who's this with?
So, did you find the solution you were looking for in the Temple of Silence?
You bet we did. This place is incredible. It has everything. So far, we've discussed a plan and verified its feasibility. Building a new system from scratch is out of the question. So our only option is to modify the Akasha using certain resources we hope to find in the mausoleum of King Deshret.
According to certain sources in the Temple of Silence, there is a core device in King Deshret's mausoleum known as Aru. Little is known about this device in academic circles, which suggests it was hidden quite effectively. If these sources prove correct, the energy contained within Aru may be sufficient to power our Akasha renovation plan. However, this raises difficult questions regarding technological integration. The sages are still debating.
Yeah, but I'm sure they'll reach a compromise once they've argued it out. The people of the rainforest are always cautious when it comes to desert technology. But times of crisis like this leave us with little choice.
Wait, Paimon has a question. Is this the same Aru we've heard of before? It's sealed off, right? Some sort of prison where the Goat King, Ibis King, and Crocodile King are locked up.
Well remembered. According to our records, Aru was the most brilliant creation King Deshret ever conceived of. Built by divine and mortal artisans working together. It was a miraculous accomplishment, and it lies hidden deep within the king's mausoleum to this day. That being said, what Aru actually does and why it was built, those are deep secrets we are not privy to. Until recently, I wouldn't have been optimistic that the place even exists. The only reason I'm inclined to believe it now is because we heard it from the Ibis King Thoth himself at his temple. The tale of how the 3 retainers of Al-Akhmar were imprisoned in Aru.
Paimon totally gets that. When Paimon first heard about it, she thought it sounded pretty unbelievable too. Do you guys still remember that? The Ibis King told us they were trapped in Aru and that they had to answer 3 questions to get out.
I think I remember. What causes our rise and fall? What obliterates love and hate? And what determines truth and falsehood? Those were the 3 questions, right?
Yeah. If only Nefer were here. She's dealt with the Ibis King before, so she might know.
Not cry. Funny. She showed up here earlier.
Huh?
Yeah. Had another lady with her, too. Both said they knew you. They contacted the sages, claiming they might be able to offer some assistance.
Really?
Yes, really. It was just before you got back. One of them said she's made Nod Cry her home. If she's the person you were talking...
Looks like betting on Aru was the...
See? They're right over there.
Nicole! Nefer!
Why, hello! We're here to help. It's a good thing we left early. We
locked out?
Oh, you haven't heard? An invisible barrier has appeared around No one can leave and no one can enter.
Are the Fatui behind this too?
Actually, no. This has nothing to do with them. Irminsul is the source of Tevat's ley lines after all. And I imagine this function was put in place to seal the entire region off in the event of serious damage, preventing the disaster from...
But doesn't that mean that the people here won't be able to escape to other nations?
Currently, that does appear to be the case, which is precisely why I am here. This is a critical moment for the world.
Paimon's surprised you managed to convince her to come back to Sumeru.
Indeed. Even for someone of my wisdom and eloquence, this tested my skills to the...
And why should it concern me that Sumeru's in trouble?
Judging by your tone?
Sounds like you don't know much about my past.
All I know is that the Ibis King is the source of your power. He was quite a prominent moon envoy once upon a time. So I do know a thing or... As for your past, I have ways to learn the full story if I wish to. But everyone...
I'm glad you see it that way. I've chosen to call Nod Cry home, which is why I did my part in its hour of need. That doesn't mean world savings become a habit with me.
I understand. Human emotions do not appear and disappear without cause. There is always a reason to be found behind both salvation and destruction. Still, if time has taught me anything, it's that human emotions are often complex and in conflict. That's why people change but that's where we angels come in. Our duty, ultimately, is to guide people towards their... So I wish to hear about your past, because I do not believe you are motivated by hatred alone. And if we still arrive at different conclusions...
I refuse.
Wait, what? But I set the atmosphere and everything. Isn't this supposed to be the moment when we finally open up to one another?
Is it? Maybe I'm not so good at reading. You're right, Nicole. There's more to me than just hatred. Had it consumed me, I'd be left stuck in the past forever. But I don't think that your guidance can change my mind. The all-consuming sands, the blood...
Do you wish to shake them?
No. I hope to remember them forever. Those emotions and memories shaped...
In that case...
Sure. It's not every day you get to...
A long, long time ago, when the angels still walked freely upon the earth, I found life tedious. Monotonous work, lukewarm relationships. Things weren't nearly as interesting as they are now. And yet, human emotions are often attached to a person, a place, or an object. When those things are gone, the memories quickly fade, and the emotion... If Sumeru were destroyed, both rainforest and desert would be no more. With the object of your hatred wiped, both love and hate are intense emotions, but they are nothing compared to the void left behind.
Most sophisticated, Miss Nicole. But anyone focused on the future could only ever applaud the destruction of the things. Still, I'm a special case. Someone once told me that human memory is more selective than a Mora-hungry merchant choosing between customers. We all need a reality check once in a while. As much as I dislike Sumeru, this is no way for it to perish. All right, you win.
How much will you need? You're not gonna milk this for all it's worth. I'll be upfront with you. I don't have much more on me. If that's what you need, I could borrow some from Alice.
Just cover my traveling.
Huh? Is that—
That's all. Given all the people I owe favors to, I can just about justify a trip to Sumeru. Yehoda!
Here, boss! What do you need?
I'm going back to Sumeru for a while. While I'm away, you—
Me? I'm in charge? Whoa! Don't worry, boss. You can count on me!
And that was how the ingenious angel Nicole brought you the perfect person for the job in your—
That was far more detailed than necessary. I never thought I'd return. Especially not the desert. But life doesn't always go as planned. What's Candace up to?
She is still taking care of things in our village. Should be joining us before too long. Oh, and sorry. Hope we're not interrupting anything. We have some good news, though.
We're planning to go to the mausoleum of King Deshret to look for the legendary Aru, then use it to try and restore the—
According to records in the Temple of Silence, the mausoleum houses something called Aru's Chute.
We still have some time before we leave, so there's no—
By the way, who are these two new faces?
Just call me Nefer. I'm based in Nodcry. Did I hear you mention—
Correct.
Well, I happen to have a connection with one of the 3 retainers imprisoned inside, the Ibis King. I'm here to get the—
That sounds perfect.
Miss Nefer, are you from the desert by any chance?
Why do you ask?
I don't know. There's a familiar air about you. Plus, you mentioned Candace. Sorry, I don't mean— I'm Dia, an Eremite mercenary. My work—
I'm on good terms with Dory, and she's mentioned you all before. However, my associate here is probably less well acquainted with you. Why don't you all introduce yourselves?
Actually, I'm a little better acquainted than you might think.
Huh. Are my eyes playing tricks on me?
Ventriloquism. I have heard tell of it before.
What is it, Kale?
It's you! You're the voice who's been speaking in my head. You encouraged me to report my dreams to the Dendro Archon.
I have many titles, but let's go with the most pertinent one. I am Nicole Rain, an angel who has lived since ancient times.
An angel? Sounds like a big deal, but, what?
Oh, Well, we're a rather long-living race of beings.
Yep! And she's also an amazing sculptor!
You could say she's a real creative.
Well, ma'am, if both the Traveler and Paimon give you rave reviews, you must be pretty impressive.
Oh, please don't call me ma'am. I find it so awkward. Just relax and be yourselves.
Miss Nicole? If it's okay.
Yes, you may. I can see your heart is filled with I also know which questions you want to ask me. Why did you dream of Sumeru City in disarray? I can guide you to the truth, but it involves a personal secret of yours. I'd prefer— we were going to speak alone.
What's wrong with it? Even the doctors at Dar al-Shifa allow patients to be accompanied.
Well, if Kale doesn't mind her secret being revealed.
Thanks for being so considerate, Miss Nicole. I don't know what secret you mean.
Closest friends! It's so nice to hear that.
All right. In that case, Kale, are you aware that there are god remains inside your body?
I am. When I was young, I got sick. The Fatui convinced my mom and dad that they could help. And there were a lot of other kids just like me there. This creepy guy injected us with some strange medicine. I can still remember the pain like it was yesterday. But thanks to the friends who've stuck by me all anyway. So, you're saying—
Yes. Those were the remains of Nabu Malikata, the goddess of flowers.
What? Huh. Fascinating.
You don't seem surprised like the rest of us.
The possibility crossed my mind when Kale recited the Goddess of Flowers song and calmed the Jinn.
You made Paimon jump! What are you doing here, Lilupar?
I was merely passing through when I heard the name of the Goddess of Flowers. Be assured that I share your surprise. You, with the hat. Are you certain? I sense no trace of the Lord of Flowers within her.
Well, it is a very small fragment. Unless special methods are used to manifest its power, even her closest acquaintances would find it near impossible to detect. After the goddess passed away, her remains were scattered across the desert. King Deshret gathered all the pieces he could find and buried them in the Eternal Oasis. But some fragments remained unaccounted for. Eventually, the Fatui must have found a way to track some of them down. Presumably for use in— You're more shaken than I thought. In one sense, you've been extraordinarily lucky. So many people who yearn for this kind of power never attain it, yet you have coexisted with her all this time with—
I don't know what to say. I'm glad that I could help everyone with this power, really. But knowing—
Well, people value their autonomy very highly. Even a well-intentioned intruder can shake one's sense of—
I understand how you feel, Kale. But once you get used to it—
Huh. I guess you, of all people, have a good reason to—
2 good reasons, in fact. Incidentally, 3 is the maximum number of Hermanubis' Ba fragments that I could bear.
Let me guess. Because 2's company, but 3's a crowd? Not my intention.
Goddess preserve me. I should take my leave. This boy in his wolf's head hat speaks much too differently from the Hermanubis I remember.
Kale, all I'm trying to say is, no matter how many Hermanubis fragments there are within me, you wouldn't think of me as Hermanubis. And this—
Yeah, I know what you mean. So about that dream I had, was it a warning from the Goddess of Flowers?
Yes. Just like me, she was an angel created by the primordial humans, born with the instinct to guide living. Though her body and soul have perished, her essence retains its natural instincts. Even her smallest remaining fragments would— The Mother of Dreams? Lord of Flowers and Oases? She must have had a premonition.
But I still don't understand.
Yes. Why indeed? You weren't the only one injected with god remains, but I suspect it may be because of the firm will you showed in the face of suffering. She was likely assimilated by that will. Of course, this doesn't mean you have to shoulder any extra responsibility. As this young man said, you are— All right. Any further questions from the family members of the patient? If not, we should—
Let's move out.
We all hope it'll work. But will we really be able to open Aru? And even if all 7 pillars of King Deshret agree to let us proceed, the scale of the work—
Haven't you handled other big projects before?
I mean, the biggest project I've worked on to date is probably the Palace of Alcazarzaray, I guess?
Look on the bright side. At least this time you're actually here when Sumeru needs you most. You won't have to come asking me for
Mock me all you want. But now that I'm here, things will be resolved far more quickly.
Kave's self-doubt disappeared in an instant.
Well, this confidence is most gladdening.
Good to finally meet you. It's a little surreal seeing you here after exchanging letters for so long.
Sounds like you have some history.
Any budding mercenary group needs a steady supply of intel. The Curatorium of Secrets is happy to cooperate with friends from all over the world. If you're interested, you'd be very welcome to join our—
Can't but cooperation's built on mutual trust. And there isn't much contact between the desert and Nodcry. So I'm guessing you reached out to Jet first, Miss Nefer? What's behind your interest in the desert? Nostalgia? Or is there someone you're looking to take—
I like your style, Flame Mane. Actually, I had this same discussion with Jet before we started working together. To be clear, were that to change, I wouldn't drag outsiders into a conflict that doesn't concern them.
Well said. Taking responsibility for one's own affairs is the way of the desert folk.
You sure that's a compliment?
Absolutely.
I'll take it.
Sure. I love working with no-nonsense people. And you certainly fit that description.
As do I.
What's wrong?
Kale got a fragment of the Goddess of Flowers. And all I got was one of the 7 pillars who served under King Deshret.
That's what you're upset about?
I hope everyone's ready. We'll be arriving at our destination very shortly.
Why, we've not seen so many visitors ever, really. What is this place now? Closer inspection reveals many familiar faces. To what do we dusty old fellows owe the honor? Surely you're not just here to chat.
You surmised correctly. We are here to carry—
Ho, enormous, you say? How large, then? Larger than the gaping void in our lives? Why, you've even put a smile on Goatee and Crocco's faces. All this activity is making for quite the special day. I know that laugh. Lilapar, what on earth are you doing here?
Oh, this is hilarious. Turns out good things really do come to those who wait. As long as you stay alive long enough. When did you 3 get locked up in here? And still you act all high and mighty, putting on a show for the younglings. Truly hysterical.
Why, you? Yes, I know. No need to shout. You're right, Lilupar. Goatee, Crocco, and I all have the same problem. But didn't King Deshret seal you away? How did you break free, and how did you get in here?
Who knows? Perhaps you can ask my master one day, should you ever get the chance. Behold, the executioners of old. Some have turned into fragments residing in human bodies, and others are imprisoned eternally, leaving not a single shard. It's almost tragic, watching lowly prisoners like you act all self-important. Curiosity gnaws at you, doesn't it? Your interest in the outside world threatens to burst you at the seam.
I'm starting to take a liking to this magic bottle lady.
Time is of the essence. We come to you, O 3 ancient lords, to request your assistance on behalf of the Academia. If we can help you regain your freedom, then please as for precisely what we need your help with. It's a long story. So, to demonstrate our sincerity—
All right, stop arguing, Crocco. And Goatee, don't you start. What's the harm in letting her speak? It's not worth getting so angry about. Forget about her. The 3 questions. But do you really have a way to answer them? You once answered the final question, Nefer, but the seal did not open. Unless, with the passage of time, you have found a new answer?
You could say so. When you first asked me what determines truth and falsehood, my answer was a liar's soul. Liars are the best at seeing through the falsehoods of the world. But if you want them to tell you the truth, you have to reach their soul.
I think that makes sense.
I found it quite compelling myself, and I told Nefer so.
Well, that's simply because it was my answer, not the one...
Can you guess which answer Al-Ahmar wanted then?
Time. And that's not only the answer to the final question, it's the answer to all 3 of them. All things wax and wane with the passage of time. Love and current affairs are always fraught with conflict and controversy. Only time can distinguish between right and wrong. You once described King Deshret as a proud man. I'd say that the prouder someone is, the more inclined they are to believe that only time is qualified.
Time. Indeed. Perhaps in building Aru, our king was in fact attempting to reverse time, to bring love and hate, right and wrong, the rise and fall of all things back to their point. This is the most eventful day I have experienced in a long, long time.
Are those 3 of the 7 pillars?
Turns out the statues were quite faithful to the source.
You 3 seem to be in good spirits.
Prison can help a person grow and learn to cherish what they have. Nevertheless, after everything you've done for me, I sincerely hope you never have to experience it for yourself. Hello, Nefer.
It's good to see you, Thoth, the Ibis King.
Nice. Definitely puts my mind at ease. Seeing you 2 getting...
Should we maybe introduce ourselves?
Sure. I'm Sethos, the current leader of the Temple of Silence. This is General Mahamatra Sino. And this is the former Spantamad sage, Cyrus. But...
Everything is equally new to us, in truth. We've been gone from this mortal world for longer.
Let's hold off on the introductions for now. We can always ask Nefer about you later. It'll give me something to talk about.
You're like a helpless parrot. Gods and people of yore are not necessarily welcome in today's world. Self-awareness is one of my finest qualities. I thought I ought to share its fruits.
Is that so? Well, I think we'll take it in stride, just as we did with the 3 questions. Let's not forget, it...
Fair point. I have to...
And I must praise you for your wisdom. Now...
I'm sorry?
Why, your tremendous accomplishments deserve a reward, do they not? You must let us do something.
General Mahamatra.
I won't beat around the bush. Sumeru is facing a crisis the likes of which have never been seen before. And...
Every calamity throughout the ages has been connected to us in one way or another.
Whatever is wrong with Irminsul, it severely affected the Dendro Archon. She fell into a coma.
The Dendro Dragon? I'm sorry, the Dendro Dragon is helping to heal the Dendro Archon?
Not a pep, surely. Not vicious, cruel a pep who possesses no virtues aside from her basic instincts.
I shudder to think what could have caused Lesser Lord Kusanali to suffer such a plight. Still, why would the Dendro Dragon lend you her aid? She has always held nothing but contempt for the Archons. I suppose she and Kusanali must have some...
You can help us make history, too.
A smooth talk.
Currently, no one can connect to Irminsul. We hope that by opening up Aru and making some modifications to it, We can use its
Unfortunately, Aru is an imperfect creation. King Deshret never managed to realize his full vision before his death. Much remains to be done if it is to be pitted against Irminsul. Besides, I hear your reasons, but to give Aru up over...
The archaeological records clearly indicate that although Aru's construction took a long time, it was not beyond human means to achieve. Modern technology should solve the efficiency issues. We have no choice but...
This is by no means a threat. But the only reason we helped you escape from Aru was to gain the necessary leverage to negotiate with you. You asked us to state our wishes, and we have. Each one of us here needs your help, as do all the thousands of people living in Sumeru.
What do we think, my fellow old fogies? Shall we lend our support or not?
Since you ask so nicely...
Naturally what? Are you for?
I simply mean we shall do what comes naturally. You claim that you wish to open Aru. Know you then that the golden slumber created by King Deshret is preserved within?
We do. We understand.
In all likelihood, the mortal world will never again be able to replicate King Deshret's work. Never will there be another chance to come so close to creating a utopia.
We are sure. Before people can dream, they must first live.
If your minds are made up, very well. We shall summon our erstwhile colleagues to discuss this further. Saint Shezepank, Saint Bennu, once you surrendered to silence and were buried with King Deshret. But now, we invoke...
Saint Bennu, responding to your call. 3 kings detected. Initiating autonomous will.
Saint Shezbank, responding to your call. 3 kings detected.
Ah, Lord Herreshoff. What a long time it has been. I trust you are keeping well.
Then your trust in my well-being has long outlived your physical body. You have always opened with that same phrase. In life, death, and...
Al-Akhmar is long gone. What is the reason?
You're awake? Good. We are voting on whether to give the people of present-day Sumeru access to Aru and permit them to perform technological renovations. You have...
Aru is the pride of Al-Akhmar. Opening Aru requires the unanimous consent of the 7 pillars. I hope you have a convincing reason to...
Sumeru is currently in the midst of a major calamity. Let us not forget that while Al-Akhmar was a stern ruler, he was also a teacher of wisdom. A god without his people shall cease to exist, and King Deshret's greatest wish was to provide protection for his people. Let us then honor our god king's
I do not mean to mock these proceedings, but what is the point of a unanimous vote when we know that the last of the 7 pillars, the Dendro Dragon Apep, will never communicate with us?
This will no doubt surprise your mechanical mind, and I have no intention of trying to persuade you it is true. But Apep is, in fact...
Huh? Can someone attest to this? Do we have any...
I ask the 3 kings.
Naturally the Ibis King, Thoth.
What?
It was Thoth's disciples who revealed the truth to us. We need not debate its veracity. Simply let Thoth bear accountability. That way the rest of...
Hereshef, you diabolical...
I awakened our former colleagues for you, supported your opinion, and backed your decision.
I miss the days when Hermanubis was still around. At times like this, he would offer to take it.
What are you trying to say? Is my word worth less to you than Hermanubis?
Hypocrite though you are, Lord Thoth, you are humorous in equal measure. How could we bear not to associate with a character such as you?
Since King Deshret is no more, we shall receive no reprimand for acting beyond our remit. Nevertheless, remember, The moment that Aru is liberated, the myriad souls residing within the Golden Slumber will return to the ley lines. And once the ley lines flow again, these souls shall in turn be received by Irminsul. To take this step is to bring the perfect afterlife created by our king to a permanent end.
We understand that well, and we have decided to proceed regardless. Furthermore, the contemporary human perspective would contend that confining souls in this way is no act of benevolence.
King Deshret's creation is clearly a place of rest and peace. It is just that many do not see.
Hermanubis' representative and the Dendro Dragon Apep made their choice ahead of time. While the Goat King, Ibis, by the grace of His Majesty, guided by his wisdom and will,
What's this? Are we under attack? No. Wait, it...
Here you are. Through the sands of time. I see you.
Father.
It's Jet's father, Jibriel! That's right! He entered the Golden Slumber, didn't he?
I smell blood and sand on you. You've grown. Strong as a wild beast.
You have to leave, don't you? Please.
This meeting is a blessing from the gods. My soul, once imprisoned along with that of Semail, is finally free. I am truth that the dead should meet the living is itself a miracle. One brief, precious moment is enough. Enough. Do not weep for me, Jet. I know you will accomplish many great things in your life. You will go further and climb higher than I ever did. All I ask is that you take good care of yourself.
Father! Father! Father.
Hey, Jet. Do you want something to eat?
I'm fine. Thanks, Paimon. It was just a little sudden. The chance to see my father again meant the world to me. He was trapped in the Golden Slumber for our sake. And now, after all this time...
You've grown strong, Jet. More than...
Yeah. I'll leave the past in my memory where it belongs. Goodbye, Father.
Ah, me, what a touching reunion that was.
We three retainers, once imprisoned for our iniquity, are surely the least qualified to judge whether this deed is good or bad. Either way, although Aru was created by a god, human craftsmanship was nevertheless required to build the gate that connects it to this world. Perhaps the relationship between gods...
As for your proposed renovations, we cannot determine which functions to keep or discard. Proceed as you see fit, but please entrust the task to your most accomplished scholars, or Bennu will be most displeased.
It matters not. The Ibis King shall be accountable if any problems arise. Ibis, you chose to take on disciples, and so
If I'd known you'd be like this, I would have locked all of us? What?
Vilify me no further. Scholars, since you have liberated Aru, using Aru's power, we shall install a defense mechanism at our king's mausoleum. You must be guarded even against Irminsul itself. This shall afford you some unseen and unheard. From this moment forth, none may by sight or hearing perceive anything said or done.
Amazing. And all this is achieved just with the power of Aru?
With technology from the heavens, the possibilities are endless. Just because King Deshret did not use it for this purpose does not mean that it cannot be done. So, marvel.
All right. Well, that resolves the issue of confidentiality. What about the technical?
Why, yes. I've already contacted them.
You must be the ones tasked by the Academia with renovating Aru.
That's right. Good afternoon. I'm Kaveh, and these two are
We've met before. This is Thoth, the Ibis King, and everyone knows these two. Afternoon, gentlemen.
I've only ever seen these two in
the paintings in the temple. They show us chatting, playing cards, playing chess. Precisely the—
No, only you enjoy playing chess. We were just humoring you.
I wouldn't go that far.
Back to the matter at hand. A preliminary assessment by the Academia indicates that this project requires expertise in various disciplines, including the deciphering of ancient texts, mechanical engineering, the restoration of ancient ruins, and elemental theory. The most capable minds in their respective fields are here before you. If there are no objections, we'd like to begin.
The artisans who built Aru for Al-Ahmar gave their very lives to create this splendid work. Follow the—
I didn't know that. We'll do our best, of course, but we certainly won't be sacrificing our lives.
Such brazen words. Humans these days are a far cry from the—
No, that's not what he meant. Please, don't mind him. He shares your sentiments, just not your, penchant for hyperbole. Assuming that's what you were going for?
I just think it's important to manage expectations.
Forgive my lack of courtesy, but we simply can't sacrifice our lives to the gods on completion of the project like people in the legends of old. Here's a first draft of the project proposal for your perusal. Please let us know if you have any requests. Normally, I'd have made it look a lot more visually appealing, but we were really pressed for time on this occasion.
Naturally.
If my fellow ministers deem this meager display of respect sufficient, I suppose I can consider—
Why are you so preoccupied with the ostentatious displays of respect to Al-Ahmar? We should be trying to make things easy for them. You never know. We might have to rely—
Exactly.
This is Aru's mainframe. Be reminded to use it with great caution.
We certainly will.
You may attempt to lay out punishments should you so desire, though I'm afraid it would be futile. You and I both know that certain components of Aru can only be operated—
King Deshret always believed in humanity. Still, the reason that Aru's modules are designed that way is not so much because he trusted—
Is that true? No wonder human artisans helped to build Aru then. He actually required human assistance to create his—
Naturally.
Have you noticed that the Goat King keeps giving superficial responses? It's like he's just going through the motions and leaving the real debate—
He understands the art of perfunctory speech. That's what earned him his position as the Minister of Ministers. It seems the rumors about King Deshret being a poor judge of character are baseless after all.
Excuse me for being blunt, but it sounds suspiciously like you're putting yourself on a pedestal and—
You're mistaken. And while there's nothing strictly wrong with making every conversation about yourself, it's not exactly a positive tendency either.
You? Whatever. I knew it'd be like this working with you. All right, let me past. I need to look at this console.
It's your job to activate it after all. Everyone, please proceed with the external checks and preparations as per the procedures outlined in the engineer—
Hello there, youngsters.
Whoa, the Ibis King came to life.
What do you mean, came to life?
You did say we could start our research, right? Are you having second thoughts?
I've reviewed the proposal. The work you're planning to carry out on this grand device is ambitious in its scope. You have ample confidence in your...
I wouldn't say I'm feeling hugely confident, but given how bad things...
You are the top scholars of your day. I trust you are aware that there are countless links between Aru and...
Aru and the Akasha?
I thought the Akasha was the Academia's greatest technological accomplishment, created years ago by the Dendro Archon to help her people access knowledge.
And you too? Do you not know
You've read the instruction manual.
An instruction manual? The Akasha has an instruction manual? The Dendro Archon is a kind and thoughtful god indeed.
It used to sit on a shelf in the corner at the House of Dana. If the manual is to be believed, Aru was in fact the original inspiration for the Akasha system.
What? But there are so few records about Aru anywhere. And practically none of these scientific expeditions into the desert had anything to...
But this is something you could not possibly have known. You may have heard many stories about the desert, but what is the most important aspect of history? Consider this
I'm from Vahomana.
Precisely. And a large part of veracity is the chronological order in which events occur. I may as well tell you. In the beginning, Nabu Malikata, the goddess of flowers, descended upon Sumeru. The glory of the heaven was within her. She brought life, Then she created the Jinn, enlightened them, and ordered them to serve her. 2 other gods also walked upon this land where wisdom flowed in abundance, and the 3 met. It was the first and greatest alliance. We should speak with reverence of this covenant between the 3, which transcended both time and life. For they promised that in Sumeru, wisdom, all the great changes in Sumeru's history began with the goddess of flowers. For King Deshret's sake, she pried into the secrets of Celestia, and for this was burned to ashes by the flames of wrath. So grieved was King Deshret by her passing that he lost all interest in state affairs and devoted himself instead to the knowledge that she had brought back. It was after learning of the technology from that floating island in the sky that he first conceived of Aru. And so, the Akasha was inspired by Aru, while the basis for Aru itself came from
Well, if the 2 share a common technological origin, then connecting one system to the other is...
Unbelievable. Have you no reverence at all for celestial technology?
No, I do, but there's no time for that. The schedule is too tight. Blame it on the deadline.
Perhaps you could try coming up with our cutoff dates.
You know what it's like having to turn around 5 different drafts in one day? I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy.
Yeah, also, Sir Ibis King, you don't plan on getting directly involved at all, do you?
Yes, well, you strike us more as having come to give a popular science lecture. Or, wait, does this count as more of a first...
Neither. Anyway.
Still, if Aru is so powerful, why didn't King Deshret use it for more ambitious ends?
Because it was never fully completed. King Deshret had grand plans, but he perished before they could come to fruition. In the beginning, his wish was to create something that could rival the very world itself. The Lord of Flowers sacrificed everything for that ambition. What he desired, she bestowed, and thus was knowledge brought into the world. Her courage and sacrifice had to be honored with the most splendid of monuments, or King Deshret would surely have deemed it a And that monument, built from knowledge and technology, etched with a sacrificial and courageous love, even in its unfinished form, it deserves to be treasured. At that time, King Deshret said the following to the Lord of Dendro: "Since we share an eternal covenant, I shall never be your enemy. Hence, the fruit of wisdom from the heavens is not to be devoured. Remember, it is not that I lack the power to become the enemy of wisdom. Yet you and she have taught me much and shown me kindness. For this, I cherish you both. In the end, Aru was only used to store a portion of the souls. It was but a primitive form of the masterwork the king had envisaged. His final hope for Aru was to return to the past, when she yet lived.
So the point you're making is, King Deshret was both powerful and ambitious, and he only ceased his imperious ways out of affection for the goddess of flowers and the Dendro Archon. You could see this as an act of mercy, but you could also see it as the sentiments that lay between these three gods placing constraints on him. This was, after all, the foundation of the alliance between them.
This explains why Aru was both a prison and a monument, and why the answer to the three questions was time.
You have to be careful who you get involved with, or you invite all manner of misfortune. This is as true for gods as it is for humans. Love is the same. It is both a prison and a monument. All right, let us pause the story here for now. Seeing as you've been... Who's in charge again?
Yes, me and him.
Now then, Chloe... Wisdom hides in the space between the tangible and the intangible. It is to convey the incommunicable through the simplest of medium. By the power of King Deshret, I shall grant you a glimpse into the unseen secrets that lie at the threshold of existence.
Where did this come from? Is it a new mechanism?
It looks more like some form of externalized information. You've rendered it visible?
Just as the Akasha allows you to access a greater range of knowledge, the power of our king permits one to perceive ingenuities that do not belong to this world. This is no ordinary mechanism. It reflects the internal structure of Aru. Whether you choose to increase or decrease, keep or discard. Come,
Looks mechanical to me. Better let me handle it, just in case.
Turn around.
So that's where the elevator is! Obelisks were used to record important information in the ancient desert civilization. Hey, Alhaitham, there's some writing here I'll need you to decipher. I've sent it to your screen. Do you see it?
Got it. It's a little blurred.
Take a look and tell me what it says. Oh, and I'll send any other similar text directly to you from now on.
Let's start with this one. It's a variant of an older script. Here in live, looks like cultural information from the age of King Deshret.
If so, I suggest you delete it.
Words thrown together merely for fun. I had no idea Aruk...
Well, as long as you're certain that this is strictly private information, that's fine.
It is unimportant.
All right, well, I guess I'll start now. Found some more. Sending them over to you now.
These are all reports about the Gurubad conflict.
Can we delete them?
I'd say so. Most of this information has already been archived anyway.
What if there are details in there that Vahumana missed? What are we supposed to do if they come after us in the future?
They'll just have to live with it. If we don't resolve these issues now, there won't even be an academia in the future, let alone a Vahumana Darshan.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, done. There's some other similar monuments nearby. I'll check them out. Another monument.
Hold on.
You're still reading it?
It records the development and governance of the Oasis civilization. Most of it concerns the Jinn, but it also contains records left by the artisans who built Aru.
Is it important?
Some of it. There was no way for me to read the whole thing in its entirety, so I had to rely on my intuition to pick the parts worth keeping.
What about the artisans' records? What do they mention?
They're speculations, mostly. For instance, they were wondering how to protect themselves if King Deshret decided to silence them after the construction of Aru was complete.
Sounds like pure mythology to me. Surely that kind of thing didn't really happen.
The records do emphasize that this was merely their conjecture based on various myths. Still, the artisans did leave details of their plans to survive, including blueprints for their escape route.
Even that got recorded? Okay, well, I'll make a copy of this first before I delete it.
Is that truly necessary? You won't be needing those.
No, the blueprints are important. I want to keep them as a memento. I think that should just...
It meets the requirements of the contingency plans, so we should be good.
I gotta say, it's the strangest feeling. This cross between reality and the... It's like drifting between life and death. Or in and out of a dream. Using my own hands to manipulate...
Chasing dreams in the most literal sense.
What happens if my spirit just...
That won't happen. Anyway, I wouldn't celebrate.
All right.
Traveler from afar, do you worry for the fate of Sumeru as well?
Whoa! It's Sobek the Crocodile King!
Greetings, Crocodile King.
Please be at ease. I'm just here to chat with you about Lesser Lord.
Sounds like you really care about her.
Yes, although to be exact, it is a mixture of both concern...
Speaking of Nihida, Paimon was wondering how she's doing.
Wait a moment.
What is it?
I tried calling out to a pep, but there was no... This can only mean that she is focusing all her energy on taking care of Lesser...
All the gods who served King Deshret seemed super surprised to hear that a pep agreed to help Nihida. Guessing she made a bad impression.
Are you aware of the history between her and our king? The story begins a long time ago. Al-Ahmar was always a wishful thinker where the Dendro dragon was concerned. Without consulting her, he decided to list her among the 7 pillars and declared his own power to be far superior to hers. That was when our king was at the height of his power. Ibis Goti and I were no match for him. And so we chose to submit and serve as his ministers. But not a pep. No, she never thought much of him. To a pep, Al-Ahmar's pride and sense of superiority were nothing but ignorance and hubris. In fact, they fought numerous times. In the end, King Deshret coveted the power of Celestia, only to end up corrupted by knowledge. His final act was to trick the dragon into swallowing him whole, leaving her to bear the torment of his sins. The Dendro Dragon stands for the glory of a bygone era. She hated Al-Ahmar and what he represented. All the gods, all the power they wielded. And so, her willingness to help the Dendro Archon through this crisis comes as a great surprise indeed. It makes one wonder whether, perhaps, the Dendro Archon assisted her in the past.
Yep, Nahida did her a huge...
So Lesser Lord Kusanali put an end to the Dendro Dragon's many long years of torment. As much as she loathes the Seven, a pep knows kindness when she sees it. No wonder she was willing to make an exception.
Yeah, that's the sense we got from dealing with her.
She is not incapable of coexisting with other living things. Rather, she actively chooses to avoid coexistence. And this despite the fact that she symbolizes life itself. All of this being said, I wouldn't expect too much from her if I were you. Nothing.
We'll keep that in mind. Anyway, how much longer do you think Nahida needs to stay with the pep? For all we know, the Fatui might still be in the desert. Just to be on the safe side, I'm alright. Huh? Was that Nahida's voice?
It seems the treatment was effective.
Since when do my deeds require your evaluation?
Here will do just fine.
I had no intention of taking you any further. One ought not expect greater generosity than they have earned.
You always hide your kindness away like an oasis within a sandstorm. Only those who make it through the swirling winds can know just how beautiful that oasis is, and how much hope it brings.
You dare appraise my being?
No, I'm expressing my gratitude.
Awake already? You are more resilient than I thought.
Pep, I feel much better. Thank you.
Gods and their gratitude mean little to me. I would rather you give me your assurance that the situation with Irminsul and Sumeru's ley lines will be competently managed. If I suffer any ill effects from the ley lines, you, as the god of this land, will be held responsible. And you would not enjoy being held to account by me.
I understand what you require, but I would assume this task even if Sumeru is my responsibility. I must resume my—
A farcical notion. God of Sumeru, I hope you realize how unextraordinary your strength is.
And yet, maybe it is precisely what defines me. A god of wisdom is not meant to rule by force.
Then hold steady. We go forth.
Well, I'll be. Is that a pep? Do my eyes deceive me? Of all places, the Dendro Dragon has decided to visit the mausoleum of King Deshret?
I see that after all this time, El Ahmar's menagerie of ministers remain as vile as ever.
It's a pleasure, Dendro Dragon. Had you arrived but a little sooner, you might have attended a meeting of the Seven Pillars.
What a nauseating thought. You are not the first insects I have had the displeasure of dealing with today. A swarm of them tugged on my tail on my way over. Goodness knows what hovels they crawled from. Why do all the creatures of this world remain so lowly after all this time?
What did you do with them?
I cast them away. What would you have me do? Keep them as trinkets? Boer, this is where we shall part ways. To be clear, I do not wish to see you or anyone else here ever again, unless absolutely necessary.
Then I wish you peace as you return to your dwelling place.
It matters not to me. Simply refrain from bothering me again.
A force to be reckoned with. At times like this, I feel glad that she has no interest in any of this.
Hold on, just hold on, okay? We're almost there. We made it! Huh? Wait, that voice! It's... Uh-oh, I'm gonna fall! Well, that's a relief. A pair of safe hands indeed.
The Dendro Archon's familiars. They are the last thing I expected to see.
Huh? Wait, what are the R&R doing here? Obviously I was worried about the Dendro Archon. I've been supporting them with my Pari powers the whole way here. Oh, they seem pretty nervous. Is it because there are too many people around? Not just people. It's all these non-human beings, too. It's hard on them. I can't believe you made such a long and dangerous journey just for my sake. I appreciate your support so much. Thank you all. I'll have to ask everyone to wait while I help our new arrival settle in. Once I'm done, I'll gather Traveler, Paimon. Shall we find a place for our friends to— Awesome! Let's go! Well, first I have some questions. Okay, I think that covers everything. Hello, everyone. It's only us. It must be very tough for you coming all the way out here, especially since you don't like the Veluca. Is everyone back in Vanarana doing well? Everyone's here. Good. Are you okay? You look like you were about to pass out back there. And you're forgetting who I am. Oh, excuse me! Are you comparing me to Paimon? I suppose everyone is gathered here because of me. As we can see, the city... I can't thank you enough. Right now, we're focused on restructuring Aru, processing excess information, and helping restore everyone's confidence. I'm sure you'll find it all I can help too! Just let me know where I'm needed. Up to no good? Traveler, Paimon. I have other work to attend to here that needs to take priority. No problem? Thank you. I'm counting... There's one other thing. If you are to work alongside the people of Sumeru, you will need to make yourselves visible to them. Is that acceptable? There's nothing to fear. No one here will hurt you. But if you do feel afraid... Very well. Now, I shall... Do not fear. We will face... everyone's here. Wonder...
Dendro Archon, you're back.
Are you recovering all right?
I'm doing very well. I see. Using the power of Aru to reboot the Akasha and gain access to Irminsul. It's a sound plan. I regret to be the bearer of bad news. But with the state that Irminsul is currently in, it's...
Alas, we had feared this may...
What about non-traditional mean?
Non-traditional?
Are you saying...
Desperate times call for new measures.
It's he. The Aranara have good intuition when it comes to people. In other words, there may well be a traitor among...
Given everything that's going on, I'd be...
Miss Nefer, as a professional intelligence broker...
Not one that I'm willing to volunteer...
Let's say I'll treat this as a pilot project aimed at expanding your intelligence operations. Whatever business you're in.
I like the sound of that. Glad we're on the same...
Given that you rarely set foot in Sumeru, practically no one at Caravan Rebot knows who you are.
I take it you've read the files on everyone in...
Yes. I also skimmed the list of evacuees, and are more or less...
Any initial suspects?
Limiting the scopes to males whose recent activity could be viewed as suspicious. The Aranara saw 2 people talking, but currently we only have 1 suspect. The other person was probably just a messenger. And in all likelihood...
Everyone is heading for the desert per the evacuation order. Anyone willing to turn back at this...
There's no way it was a spur-of-the-moment decision to act at a time like this. We need to smoke him out from wherever he's...
Sounds like you have the beginning. I see. Your suspicions are well...
So far, we still lack solid evidence that he's been bribed. He hasn't made any recent purchases that would indicate he came in...
Then let's get closer to him to confirm before we make our move. I can handle it. I'm not based in Sumeru, so barely anyone.
And you're certain you've never encountered this person in Nodkrot?
I'm certain. Besides, it's extremely rare for me to have had any direct contact with Sumeru mercenaries besides Jet. There's no way he could have seen my face before. Sino, stay out of sight and wait for my signal. If he raises any red flags, I'll bring him toward the main road.
Understood. I'll take it from there.
Excellent. Well... Darker skin, scars. Nothing unusual about how he dresses or a coin. Interesting. Could that be how his contact paid him? Sorry to bother you. Has everyone here already left? I don't...
Ma'am, what are you doing in Caravan Rebot all by yourself? The main group evacuated...
My friend and I lost some of our cargo along the way. I didn't want to miss out on potential business. So I told her to go on ahead and meet the client while I retraced our steps. I didn't... And then there was a terrible sandstorm. I guess I must have taken a wrong turn, because I didn't...
Forgive me for asking, but just to be on the safe side, could...
Sure. She has blonde hair...
Yes, I think that does ring a bell. Ah, my apologies. During this exceptional time, the Core of 30 are under orders to be extra cautious when dealing with unknown people. Whoever...
I understand. Well, sir, is there anything else you need to know? If not, I'd better try and catch up with them.
Hey, wait! They left a good while ago now. You'll never catch up with them on your own. Why don't I give you a ride? I'm here to collect the last few...
That would be amazing. Traveling with a group will...
Hey, let's not worry about the money for now. Wait here a moment. Once I'm done packing up...
All right, thanks.
No need for...
Okay. Well, I wish there was some way I could repay you.
You're not wrong there. I mean, what kind of cargo is so important that it's worth risking your life to get back?
I suppose I can tell you, since you've been such a big help. But...
Oh, really?
We're in the antiques business. You understand? Some of our goods aren't acquired through the most legitimate means. We have to be very discreet when we're selling them. That's why I had...
No wonder. Well, ma'am, in that case, it turns out that maybe there is...
I'm all ears. But to be clear, our commission isn't cheap. Think carefully before you...
I'm sure that won't be a problem. My issue is, I have something that's a little difficult to sell on as well. Take a look at...
Pure gold. That's quite something. How'd you come across it? Dig it out of some ancient tomb?
If you look hard enough, there are many treasures to be found in the mausoleum of King Deshret.
It has no distinct Snezhnayan markings. That'll be why he's going with that story. And he clearly doesn't want to arouse suspicion. Surely you have an existing business partner. Won't they take it off your hands?
The shop I used to work with is having cash flow issues at the moment after losing some money. I'm under enough pressure as it is without having to deal with them.
I understand.
As it happens, I'm just about done packing.
Sure.
This evacuation was a huge operation. They needed a few people to stay behind and tie up loose ends. And I ended up being one of them. You're lucky you ran into us in time.
I certainly am. I don't know how this happened. One thing led to another, and look how it ended up. I just hope our client doesn't get spooked and cancel their order.
Fingers crossed. But either way, life goes on, and we all have to make a living somehow.
Hands where I can see them.
General Mahamatra! No, wait!
This is the coin? Sadly, you won't have the chance to spend it.
Nicely done. Looks like Sumeru's Matra are...
Unmarked gold coins are quite difficult to trace. Thanks to you, here's what's gonna happen. Southeast from here, leeward side of the hill. That's where...
Great work. Candace tells me your interrogation skills are...
Hers are quickly catching up. She's improved a lot. Looks like it's over to you for the next...
Because I'm quickest on my feet?
Because you know how to trail a target. Plus, it'll be easier to monitor their activity from the air.
Fine.
One more thing. The Traveler just brought a message from the Dendro Archon. Once you're done with this...
Got it. Will do.
Are you sure you'll be okay?
Gee, I don't know. Maybe you should come with me.
Okay. Then Paimon's coming?
Really? You do know this is a stealth operation, right?
Paimon, are you sure about...
Well, Paimon at least wants to give it a shot. Like everyone says. Besides, being the best guide in Tibet has to count for...
Fine. Join me if you want. But be warned. If anything goes...
No need! Paimon will be super careful.
Good. Then what are we waiting for?
Ah!
following me. Behold! Squall Fury! We're here. Now we wait.
Okay, yeah.
What's on your mind, Pi?
Huh? Oh!
I thought all you cared about besides being a guide was food and sleep. Why the—
What's that supposed to mean? Paimon's been on—
But never on your own. You hardly ever leave the travelers. Just saying. I'm kind of at loose ends right now. So if you did want to share, I suppose I'd have to listen. If not—
Hat guy? Do you think Paimon is useless?
What? Where's that coming from?
When we were in Notcry, Paimon suddenly realized something. Even though Paimon's with a traveler every single day, Paimon doesn't get like this very often. She just got really scared when the traveler got kidnapped that time. What if he never came back? And the more Paimon thought about it, the more useless she felt. But Paimon doesn't want to be a burden. Paimon wants to be a friend who would... does that make any sense? You know, that feeling of just being completely useless.
You asked the right person. Boy, do I know that feeling.
Oh, heck.
I'm not gonna try and encourage you. What I will say is this. When you start doubting yourself, you have to make the decision to move forward. Otherwise, no amount, so ask yourself, what do you want? To get stronger? To learn more? Whatever it is, go do it. You won't... Something's not right. Shouldn't they... Paimon, is it just me? Or...
Should Paimon take a look?
We'll give it another hour. If nothing happens...
Okay. How strange. We've been here for... What is it? Did you think of something?
Something feels off about this whole situation. But we know for sure that the guy Sinocot had something set up. Yet somehow his contact is a no-show. So, either the handler got caught, or, more likely, they decided to cut our guy loose.
But how would they know to do that? Wouldn't they at least send someone here to check things out?
That's the problem. They couldn't possibly know what's happening here. This feels all too familiar.
Even though this isn't a formal meeting, I'd still like to start by saying how grateful I am to each and every one of you.
Shesipank and Bennu are currently assisting the scholars with... As for Hermanubis, may he rest in peace.
There have been times when I imagined what it might be like to meet you all. Now time has taken many things away, but that...
I must say, there is one thing that you appear to be in good spirits, Lesser Lord Kusanali. But even so, I can sense that the life force given to...
Oh no! So even... don't worry, Paimon. It worked. The issue is how closely I am tied to Irminsul. Sumeru has undergone tremendous changes during your absence. When gods pass away, inevitably...
Regrettably.
I too have grown weaker due to the effects of Irminsul.
Then what do you suggest?
We take all the help we can get. Sumeru is our shared home. You and I, gods and humans alike.
Though Al-Ahmar is no longer with us, The alliance between the three gods remains in force. Regardless, as subjects of our king, we have a responsibility to support, not to mention that it was the people of Sumeru who released us from this prison of Aru. Times have changed, and the people...
You really know how to give a rousing speech.
Now then, let us...
The brightest minds of the Sumeru Academia are busy opening and renovating Aru. They claim it...
Correct. Irminsul has existed in Tevat since the very beginning. But during the Age of the Dragons, it did not possess the significance. After the heavenly principles arrived, the power of the Light Realm was divided into elemental energy, and Irminsul was refashioned as a device that records and preserves all. Since then, everything in this world has been inextricably as the Dendro Archon. I have a duty to protect Irminsul. To Sumeru, it is both a Tevat has seen many upheavals in the last few years. The most recent of these was I made sure to monitor all the pathways through which an outsider could potentially transmit them. I still believe that someone has actively invaded Irminsul. But rather than taking any of the pathways I referred to, the intruder chose instead to utilize the most direct route, by entering Irminsul through death.
I see what you mean. You cannot simply stop all deceased souls from returning to the ley lines because of a potential invasion that could occur at any time.
That's right. As important as it is to guard against external threats, I could...
Please, understand how difficult this predicament was for...
Defense has never been an easy...
After Irminsul was invaded, my authority was quickly restricted. Soon after that, the tree began denying access to it.
I'm sure you feel responsible, but you are not to blame. No one can predict every possible disaster.
But the people of Sumeru should not have to endure this. We must find a way to break...
And this is why you need...
Yes. The only thing in Sumeru capable of rivaling Irminsul in terms of overall function and performance is Al-Akhmar's legacy, Aru. All I managed to do before falling into a coma was make some minor adjustments to Irminsul. Using Aru as a last resort, the scholar's initial plan was to borrow Aru's power to reboot the Akasha, then use the Akasha to connect to Irminsul and investigate. Unfortunately, Irminsul has suffered far greater... To rise to the challenge, we had to resort to more extreme and far costlier means. To reclaim Irminsul, our brightest scholars have made further modifications to Aru with multiple goals in mind. I thank you all for...
Human wisdom has clearly improved over the millennia. You have not only our support...
Together, we will do everything...
By the way, when you spoke earlier of an intruder, it almost sounded as if you...
Well... Master Tainari!
Is this... Irmin's?
How did this happen?
Luckily, we managed...
What in the world was that?
Oh my. I understand now, Dendro Archon. You make yourself quite...
Not once over the millennia has Irminsul been so
Please continue, Dendro Archon.
Irminsul's root system is what comprises the ley lines. In the past, it has always been hidden away, going unseen by the general populace. It has become a tree of unbridled greed. A clear sign that a deranged experiment has advanced to an...
Blasphemy.
From where I stand, an experiment in the name of blasphemy sounds rather improper. But if we are to honor Dottore's will,
The birth of this tree proves to me beyond doubt that this incident is connected. But to explain the situation in full,
Zandik. So it was him. I saw him in the desert.
but didn't Dottore die and not cry? How is he still able to do— He must still have loyal followers amongst the Fatui. Even so, I'm still unclear as to how he—
I can confirm that Fatui forces have arrived in— Furthermore, Irminsul seems to be undergoing some kind of mutation. Evil branches are beginning to grow. Sorry, I couldn't think of any other word to describe it. They don't seem to be fully formed physical entities yet, after all.
A baleful tree climbing up into the heavens.
Speaking of Dottore, I have some information on that front as I didn't think it was wise to state this out in the open. But my theory is, the mole wasn't cut off after he was caught. They wrote him off from the beginning.
You mean the Fatui never intended to follow through with him? Then why plant a mole at all?
It's hardly a conventional strategy. And the rationale but as it happens, I know someone who works exactly this way. And when it comes down to it, his goals are he's been a collaborator of Dottore's from the outset. That fact alone confirms that Dottore is involved.
There is still much to be done. Everyone, please remember our—
As per the discussions, the following Mr. Al-Haytham and Mr. Kave, the next phase of the Aru renovation—
We'll give it everything we've got.
The plan looks feasible, but the implementation—
General Mahamatra Sino and his team will help to procure the materials required for modifying—
No problem. I've already spoken with Sethos and—
This kind of thing is best left to the fleet-footed.
If it's efficiency you're after, we're the right people for the job.
Following up on the elemental energy amplifier we discussed. Ms. Dory, I assume you're the one most familiar with the status of this project.
Yep, that's right.
Got it. Well, I'd like Madame Farazan, Kale, and Nicole to support Dory.
You can count on us. Will do.
Rest assured, I'll take good care.
Dia, Candace, and Nefer. You'll be in charge of negotiating between the various parties. I trust you
You bet.
Good. I believe that covers everything. Tainari will provide ad hoc—
Poor Tainari. Must be tough being Nephis' student. Getting bossed around all day, every day.
Hey, don't try and drive a wedge between us.
All it says to me is that Master Nephis has faith in everyone's abilities. While I'm nominally here as back—
Exactly.
Finally, Traveler, you and I will head to the border between Sumeru and Natlan. Once that task is complete, I'll be asking some of you to accompany me—
The Eternal Oasis? I thought that was just a legend.
Regarding your trip to Natlan, under normal circumstances, a meeting between our two nations would be a far more formal affair. Unfortunately, so regretfully, we won't be able to give the Pyro Archon Mawika the grand reception that she deserves. My apologies.
No point putting too much pressure on yourselves.
Right. Especially you, Dendro.
Don't worry about me. The Dendro Dragon's life force will— Plus, we'll be there every step of the way. Yes. I believe in my— Well—
To what extent we can implement the final plan depends on how successfully the Akasha can be modified and configured. And to make sure the configuration works, Aru will also need...
Yeah, no surprises.
Once we roll this out, any Sumeru citizens who already have Akasha terminals can simply continue. This still leaves us with a significant equipment shortage, though. Many groups of people were never issued Akasha terminals, including...
We'll need a supply of rare materials for the renovation of Aru and the production of new terminals. Right now, the best place to... Time is not on our side here.
The Aru merge and renovation project will have to be carried out by you two. Everything's riding on this, as discussed. General Mahamatra... Mr. Sethos is quite familiar with the layout of King Deshret's mausoleum. With him...
I have every confidence. In the meantime, we may as...
Makes sense. There's not much we...
Get information and stay close.
What is this, boot camp?
It's just Sino being Sino.
Everyone clear on our mission objective. Look at the excess primal constructs, dismantle them.
And King Deshret's 7 pillars agreed to this?
If they're just sitting there doing nothing, we might as well put them to use. Thoth's words.
Judgment is upon us. Move or be moved. Wretched vermin. Behold. Nowhere to run. The wind rises. Surrender! Excuse me?
Too slow. Quit following me.
You stand condemned! Your penance is due! Unsightly insects! Behold! Search for it! Sage's wisdom! Wretched vermin! Squallen fury! Judgment is upon you! You stand condemned! Your penance is due! Guilty! Nowhere to run! Empty space! Do die! Move or be moved!
These devices should still be usable even though they're broken down. Let's take them back for the others to review.
Too slow.
danger! Way ahead!
The wind rises. Falling into the abyss.
Through me, justice is served. You stand condemned. Guilty. Their penance is due. Guilty. You stand condemned. Judgment is upon them. Their penance is due.
How many do we need again?
Enough to make an Akasha terminal for everyone who doesn't...
I remember you telling me how revolutionary these Akasha...
The Academia declared the Akasha to be the most powerful and comprehensive wisdom dissemination.
Certainly sounds impressive.
Neither Hat Guy nor I have ever had...
Well, if it all goes to plan...
Oh, goody! Thank you so much for handling the delivery. What a long way it was. I'm well aware what a bumpy, dangerous journey it must have been. Now, I would have loved to... Oh, trust me, I'm patting myself on the back for my assembly work here. Simply flawless work, but will you really be needing all of this? According to our plan, yes, this is the quantity required. I have no complaints about...
I heard you covered a lot of the funding out of your own pocket.
Oh, that's an exaggeration. Of course, the real tragedy is how little profit I'm making on this. It's really quite a beautiful design. And I'm intrigued by how such a diminutive device is able to output the power of the Light Realm.
Did you attend the lecture on Light Realm energy, Madame Farazan?
Of course I attended. I was just a little late, so I had to listen to the whole thing from outside the back door. Anyway, I have a perfectly good understanding of Light Realm, elemental and abyssal energy, as well as the relationship...
Good to know. Master told me in private that the conversion process between Light Realm energy and elemental energy involves highly classified knowledge that shouldn't be disseminated too widely. But even so...
Well, you can't enforce a rule that
At first, the Dendro Archon was reluctant to explain it in great depth for safety reasons. Later, she came to terms with it, and simply informed my master that we would all have to face the question of survival. To protect someone from such dangers means keeping them in the dark. But for someone to know and embody the wisdom within, they must It's an information hazard. We're exposed to danger just by knowing the facts. And just like bait, it lures us in by offering us the solution to our problems. But if you're not careful, you'll end a tricky problem. But today, this big problem has been broken down into many smaller, more trivial ones.
What do you mean? I get it. For instance, you and I share secret knowledge, while she and I take on the risks of life, death, and fate. Hey, what? That is not what I call a well, as they often say in Vahumana, an event that is monumental to the individual is negligible in the grand scheme of history. Generally, the fate of the individual is an insignificant affair.
Being from Amorta, where the subject of our research tends to be a lot more personal, I have to disagree. It's hard.
In other words, the big problem of survival has been broken down into many small... When the same secret is shared with a group of people, the same fate binds them together. Most people would find this unimaginable. But to us scholars, this is the path that has always...
Sharing knowledge is a good way to fight against fate. I will always... All right. I think that's...
Thanks a lot. But don't go...
Okay, the materials are ready. Al-Haytham, how are you?
Most of the information in Aru is written in ancient desert scripts. Some of this is written in a tribal language.
Oh, not lost to history.
Some are. All we can do is infer the meaning, although this section actually fills in some of the missing historical record.
After Aru started up, 2 more lines of text appeared here.
Humans may not read what is written by the gods, except by not reading. Victory should not be easy to attain, for it symbolizes divine wisdom. Knowledge must not waver, for it has external borders.
Is this a clue to solving a puzzle? You can't read it unless you don't read it. Victory is wisdom. Wait, I think I've got it.
A chessboard.
You were right. The youth of today are skilled at solving riddles.
Have the secrets buried in the desert not been unearthed over the years all the same? Since Aru is a place reachable through wisdom, this day was bound to come.
Oh, I've always been against overly cryptic sentences. Don't you get—
Ah, it's you 3. Just in time. We've been delving deep into Aru, and now—
I've heard this was how you'd while away your free hours. You must be quite the experts by now.
It is true. King Deshret's chess games are some of the most well-loved of all his wonderful creation.
Is this chessboard supposed to be another visualization of the—
Naturally. Visitors, everything is ready. Only by completing the challenge on the board in accordance with the rule—
1 second. It's not—
Dangerous?
I should be the one to go, then.
Sounds like the self-confidence of our present company has rubbed off on you.
Don't be ridiculous. I'm your upperclassman, and that—
I appreciate the sentiment, but a game of chess typically— Besides, I'm sure they won't let things get out of hand. Keeping things relatively safe is—
Fair enough. I mean, you guys are controlling the difficulty.
Ah, but Bennu said he wanted to put some respect into these whippersnappers.
Thank you. Obviously, we'll still try to be— This doesn't seem like ordinary chess. Is the goal to defeat the opponent?
No, you must enter the board and pass the trials we have placed.
Ready?
Let's do it.
The first trial is posed by me.
I don't think this is gonna stop us.
Ah, but the key to this game lies in working together. Otherwise, you will be deemed to have broken the rules.
Looks like it's up to me. Marak, can you open it?
King Deshret's favorite primal construct. Living on in suitcase form, of all things. Amusing.
Ho-ho! Excellent work. Now is the time for my trial. Now, don't be nervous. I'll make it nice and easy for you.
Really?
Thanks in advance. We appreciate it.
Ibis King, don't you think this all rather inappropriate? You may as well be handing them victory on a silver platter. Do not expect me to follow your lead.
Ha! Suit yourself.
Strange time to catch up on sleep.
I'm not sleeping, I'm thinking! It's not that simple, you know.
Done.
Finally. But seriously, that was incredible. Standing on the chessboard felt complete. Oh, sorry. I'll save my thoughts for later. Thanks to the three of you for helping us out with this. Is it?
We made but a humble contribution.
You lived up to our expectations. Bravo!
In addition to the existing functions, I'd like to ask you for another favor. Since Aru's interference shield can cover the entirety of the mausoleum, it should be possible to extend its range even further. Perhaps you can find a way.
So, building upon the existing
Imagine for a moment. What would the ideal outcome look like if this function were compatible with the device?
I agree. This is the best solution possible.
Me, oh my! Well, since you ask so very nicely...
Naturally.
Time to go! Let's go find Nahida! There you are. Miss Nicole truly is an angel. She shows great wisdom in guiding others. And she has already sent... She said that while the other members of the Hexen Circle are busy with important work, she is quite free. And she's more than... Oh, there's Nicole, all right. Always super patient. She is. So, well, time for...
This should be one of the closest places to Natlan in all of Sumeru. There's the barrier Nicole and Nefer mentioned. It completely cuts this nation off from the others. But why? Why separate you from the rest? And if I'm not mistaken, Irminsul was polluted once before.
Good question. I'm wondering the same thing myself.
That voice. Mawika! You got here pretty quickly.
Hello, traveler. It's been a while.
Hello there.
Hello, Dendro Archon.
Mawika, I apologize for asking you to... I also apologize for not being able to greet you in person. The form in which you see me now is one carried by the Irminsul has been infiltrated by the Doctor. We must be on our guard, as he can spy on information in the world from within the tree. Fortunately, there is no record of the Traveler in Irminsul. and you are still within that land's borders.
My records will be preserved in the Night Kingdom, rather than the ley lines. As long as the Night Kingdom remains disconnected from the ley line cycle.
Exactly.
So by meeting each other in this way, the meeting essentially never happened. No wonder Paimon didn't come. You were concerned that her activity would be recorded by The Natlanese have heard about the situation in Sumeru. With the borders sealed off, merchants have been forced to stop their shipments.
I'd like to address the question you raised at the beginning. I don't reach this conclusion gladly, but Irminsul predates the heavenly principles. So even when the people of Sumeru became ill because of pollution, it was not a critical issue from the perspective of Irminsul itself. But this time, the Doctor's invasion has the heavenly principles established a rule that when Irminsul is plunged into grave danger, a portion of that way, even if Sumeru is destroyed,
we'd certainly need it.
The heavenly principles created almost everything that exists in Teyvat today. To them, preserving the existence of the world and its inhabitants takes priority over
Meaning? Protecting Sumeru?
Yes. My own power may be limited, especially compared to yours. But that doesn't mean that we're just gonna sit around and wait for the end.
Nicole of the Hexen Circle didn't say exactly what this meeting was about. But after hearing everything you've said...
That's right. Nahida and I discussed it at length.
You need the Pyronosis.
Yes. Originally, I only intended to borrow it, but the situation is far graver than I foresaw. So instead...
Why do you sound so nervous? There's no need to be...
Surely a Gnosis is pretty...
I guess, but it's not as if losing it would suddenly render us powerless. But I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that. With all the nations you've traveled to, and all the gods you've met, as far as I'm concerned, a Gnosis is basically an elemental energy enhancer. But I don't usually use it. You know me. I like to
Yeah, not about...
So you see, you don't need to sweat it. Here, take the Pyronosis.
Huh?
Just like that. To tell the truth, I've always toyed with the idea of giving it to someone who needs it more than I know you accompanied Nahida here to try and increase the chance of success. It's a good thing you did, because your involvement is one of the main reasons you've managed to persuade me.
Are you sure about this?
I won't try to quantify it, but trust me. Handing over the Gnosis to Tumaini is far from the craziest idea I could think of. Besides, even if you hadn't come here personally, I think Irminsul doesn't just affect Sumeru. It impacts all of Teyvat. I know all too well how difficult it can be to protect the thing. You don't need to tell me the specifics of your plan. Where the Gnosis is involved, the tighter the secrecy, the hot...
My heartfelt thanks go to you.
Don't mention... But now, for the hard part. How do...
I have an idea.
Just as I thought.
Incredible.
Just made a lucky guess. This seems to happen quite a lot. Things that apply to everyone else don't seem to apply to me.
Irminsul usually produces effects based on the records it holds. Since the Traveler is a descender...
Is that right? You real catch.
Whoa! Thank you, Mawika.
All right. No need to get so formal. Besides, there's still one problem. You might be able to pass through the barrier, but I don't...
I have the Pyronosis in my hand. It feels strangely ordinary. I need to think hard about my memories of Pyro. My memories of journeying through
The Gnosis disappeared.
I'm fine. The Pyronosis disappeared into my body.
Maybe it resonates with you because you've mastered the power of phlogiston. You might not be recorded in the ley lines, but you're still... Whew.
Please allow me to express my gratitude once again.
Pleasure. Well, I've given you...
We won't let you...
Yeah.
Traveler, Paimon. Paimon's a teensy bit nervous, but only a teeny tiny bit. Of course. After all the adventures you've had with the...
I'm doing all right. What about you, Nick?
With the negative effects of Irminsul, I'm a bit like a piece of fruit that's been burrowed into by hungry insects and left to rot. But please don't worry. We all know what we're getting into. Stoking the fire inside oneself is certainly one way to live. But knowing... I've been quietly learning little things from everyone. Like plucking tufts of fur from a sumpter beast.
Me too. With the constant traveling, I'm always learning and growing.
I think there's someone else here who would share that sentiment.
Don't worry about what I think. I was...
What are you talking about, hat guy? This is the top floor!
Says who? You can fly just like I can. I would have thought it makes sense to...
I don't know why, but I feel a little more...
It shows that you feel comfortable laying down your burdens in our presence. And we feel exactly the same way around you.
It's finally done. Ugh, but I have a nagging feeling that there's something I've forgotten. Oh, there you are. Okay, fair enough. That was a pointless question.
You must really be exhausted.
Well, it's been a busy day.
When work ends, you...
Yeah, we're definitely due a break. Probably a little late to start drinking now, though. I'll stick... Here, this one's for you.
Thanks.
You want a bite to eat? I can grab us something, or...
Are you nervous?
A little, yeah.
Because everything that happens next is beyond my individual control.
What do you mean, cannot influence? You're the one who came up with...
There's only so much I can do.
Was it like this last...
You mean with Azar and his accomplices? Yes and no. The situation...
So the enemy is stronger, but... I still vividly remember the way you interrogated me in the library after the fact. Where were you?
If your memory is so vivid, you might also recall that it was you who came looking for an argument. You're often the one who...
I came for a conversation! I didn't know it was gonna...
What do I think? I think we're certainly better off for it.
It's good having me around to help out, huh?
Absolutely. As a citizen of Sumeru, you just...
Certainly feels that way. I just shudder to think how the world would have ended up if we hadn't gotten control of this. So, do you think this is what impending disaster looks like? The sky is so clear, and there isn't a whiff of decay or destruction in the air. It's hard to imagine that the fall...
Awful things happen all the time. Sometimes people... What you and I have done is increase our chances of stopping.
Lofty ideals may provide no defense at all against nihilism, but... Oh, nothing. I hope everything works out.
It will. As long as we stick to the...
It's really strange. You're my junior, yet you always seem to act more like an upper class.
I think it's most...
We'll make our move.
Good.
As much as possible.
That'll be enough.
Master Tainari! Mr. Sino, I brought some juice and some...
I know how easy.
I gotta ask, though. Who's on juice-making duty to...
Madame Farazan said she was feeling a little nervous, so I told her about the automatic juicer my friend invented.
A juicer?
Yeah. I hadn't had the chance to try it out before this incident occurred.
The juice is very sweet.
I think so.
Kale, how are you?
Physically, it just still feels strange to me.
I know the feeling well. That same question.
At least now, you have someone who can relate to you.
All the more reason that you should apply for Spontamod.
Those two things are completely...
What are we all chatting about, Would anyone like any juice? I had some earlier, ma'am. Maybe give the extra to someone else? Very well, very well.
There's this enormous power, and then there's little old you. You feel like there's no connection between the two. And that sense of dissonance is difficult.
Yeah. But after all this time, I can't...
Kale, just because we normally keep the conversation light doesn't mean we can't discuss deep... I don't think it's childish at all. You were the victim of a terrible crime. It's normal to struggle with the fallout.
My professor once told me that no incident can be considered your rage and your...
Thanks. Miss Nicole said that. The same god remains which were once used to inflict so much pain upon me have now become a weapon with which I can protect. Every innocent person who's been hurt needs time to realize, but it's all about to be over.
I don't know if you've noticed, but you rarely stumble over your words anymore, and your outlook has become much more...
And since this isn't over, you can settle the matter on your own terms.
Yeah. Sumiro is my home. And it's...
And once you're done...
Stop it with this...
Hey, excuse me. There are still 3 unclaimed cups of juice here.
Madame Far...
Thank you, Madame Far...
Drink up and enjoy my handiwork. I think I'm going to make something else now and...
Please, try to relax, Madame Farazan.
I know.
Something on your mind?
Nothing in particular.
But the future has not yet...
Some people know that there's an impending... People are shaped by their...
I've always found the perspective of the Vahumana...
Even at the height of...
Indeed, regardless of faith.
The world has never been an especially fair place. Yet now...
Era.
Do angels even...
Yes, at least I do. I fear the gap that grows wider with each passing day. Time renders all memories insignificant and reduces all splendor.
You're very human in that...
If angels draw too close to humanity, our wings burn away in the bright flame of awareness, and we fall to the earth. After spending so long among...
You're more human than some...
I've been talking to Kale a lot in recent days. We seem to be in completely opposite situations.
Case studies for...
Myself, I suppose. It was a gentle, pleasant sensation, guiding humans to make...
Look at the time. I should head back.
Wait.
Have we met?
Not exactly. I think we may have
Oh.
You recognize me?
The clue's in the name.
Fair point. I could ask you the same question, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I have something of a background in Satyavada life, so I was helping the Dendro Archon make some preparation.
Did you find the experience in life?
Honestly, it was tedious and uneventful at first. But eventually, I think I did sense some. I was told that I even shed tears while I was meditating. Though I...
Not at all. It just proves you're very accomplished. Good night.
Thank you, sir.
Too bad we've got to fight tomorrow.
Let us pray instead.
Prayer.
Lord Sangama Bay.
That's right. Actually, I was hoping I might run into you, Dia. I wanted to let you know that I've stocked up on that perfume.
No, really? I'll take...
I knew you'd ask that. Surprise!
That's very generous of you, Lord Sangama Bay.
Nope. Turns out, it's not that easy to turn a profit there. I even ran some assorted losses. Remember that merchant caravan you two rescued in the desert last month?
No way! I had no idea that was your shipment. Explains...
Lord Sangama Bay's investment in the desert and generous stockpiling of goods has helped many people over the years.
Wait, how did you know about that? Oh, the pesky...
She and Candace go way back. It's normal for close friends to...
Sure, but why did they have to...
That's how Nefer shows that she cares. She wishes for all of us to know what
It must be hard trying to make a living far away from home. Just because we can tell what kind of person you are doesn't mean everyone...
Well, maybe her intentions were partly...
Definitely. Does praying...
Defending one's home is a just cause. My...
Anger. You know, being able to get angry is a good thing.
My lady?
Just taking a walk to clear my head. Look where I ended up.
Yes, Miss Dunyarzad.
Come on, it's fine.
Oh, then sure.
I remember you, Miss Dunyarzad. You visited my shop before. If I recall correctly, the god you worship...
That's right. She is such a gentle and kind... I see her more as a friend. And so do many others.
Agreed.
I spoke with several people during the evacuation. Everyone's aware that tomorrow's battle is one that ordinary people can join too. A battle. Oh, it makes me glad. A compliment?
My lady, you've always been a remarkably strong and ambitious person. It's indisputable. What are you praying for?
Our beliefs may not be entirely...
I pray that everyone will rise.
I pray for the safe return of all my companions.
I have not felt this way. Standing up high, gazing out at the rolling dunes. One cannot know what freedom truly means.
The golden slumber truly lives up to its name as a dreamland. Though desert sands exist there too, no mirage.
Dendro Archon.
I was wondering... whose counsel I should seek on the...
What kind of question?
So many. More, as I once said to a friend. We look, we see, What are the many disasters that this world faces, but the sum of all irresolvable questions?
The biggest question you should be asking is how to seize victory.
Yes. Although, I would express it differently. I must not fail. And so the question I am most curious about now is whether the path to victory will be an arduous...
What we declare to be a young sapling, we may, in fact, find to be a towering tree, if we would only cast aside our ignorance and look...
Nahida! Just in time.
Ready when you are.
We're here too. Miss Nicole! Miss Nicole! You run so... I thought I'd get a lot of exercise.
Sorry.
Lesser Lord Kusanali? The equipment is ready. As discussed during our...
Accessing Irminsul via the Akasha is no longer feasible at this stage. There are other... Maybe you should take it from...
The architecture and functionality of the Akasha terminals overlap considerably with Aru. There is reasonable evidence to suggest that one was developed based on the other, or that they both utilized it. As long as the transplant and merge operation succeeds, Aru should theoretically work on a scale greater than the Akasha and approximately equal to Irminsul. It will become the largest active computing device in all of Teyvat. A system this powerful is capable of a lot of different things. In the past, the Akasha was primarily used for one-way information transmission, but in the pursuit of greater knowledge, some scholars have attempted to connect their consciousness to Irminsul through the use of terminals.
Incorrect. In academic language, scholars who reach that stage are said to have entered Satyavada life. Hypatia has performed this practice many times in the past.
Right. And this at least proves that there is a zone within Irminsul that can be...
That's right. Providing wisdom to the people is one of the very reasons for Irminsul's existence.
In that case, I'll skip to the conclusion then. We need to further modify Aru, merge it with the Akasha, manufacture terminals, and...
Every person?
Yes.
I've already calculated the amount of raw materials we...
So you mean...
Yes. But this time, the people of Sumeru won't be using them to acquire knowledge, just...
When we evacuated the city, we brought all the important assets from the House of Dana, in case we ended up needing them. We've checked all the relevant records, and one thing is certain.
Everyone in Sumeru is part of the plan. Whoever controls the people...
Since this function of Irminsul was introduced, it has only ever been made available to scholars, who don't come, but by expanding the scale to include all the people of Sumeru, under normal circumstances, Irminsul would be able to cope with the additional load. Thus, it might be possible to shut it down completely by overloading it. Counting down. 3, 2, 1.
Are you ready?
Ready. People sought knowledge, they turned to the Tree of Wisdom. Today, we use it to save Sumeru and the whole world. These boughs that nurtured learning must not become tools for destroying the world.
transformation.
You would shut down Irminsul just to stop me? You fools. I have all the time in the world.
Success! The evil Irminsul tree is stopped growing!
Great!
What a display of true courage! The courage to think and the courage to act! I never thought I would witness the shutdown of Irminsul with my own eyes. Perhaps this is human wisdom in action?
Indeed, only humans could do such a thing.
What was once created for spreading knowledge is now used for another purpose.
I am grateful to you three for your help. Oh, now, nobody who wears a terminal will have their activity accurately tracked by Irminsul. No matter how many eyes Dottore possesses, he will not. Now for the next, I will need the help of your supreme powers once again.
How might we be of service, Lord of Dendro?
I need to reach the Eternal Oasis immediately. Right now?
In that case, Ibis King, would you agree that this is a fine opportunity to dust off our old tricks?
Never. I assume you have that chess set with you?
You mean the one you gave to me as a gift? Asking for it back, are you?
How could I? You misjudge me. I just wanted to show you another way you can use it. Connect to Safei Shatranj.
Safei Shatranj? You mean that place in the desert?
Thoth's chess set gains its power from the chessboard laid out in the desert by King Deshret and ourselves. All ceremonies conducted using the chess set must be activated via Safei Shatranj. In other words, the chess set is an extension of the chessboard. In the past, moving a chess piece was a sacred and momentous act.
Transfer initiated. Entering live combat.
We haven't heard a single word from our spy in the desert. I'm afraid he might have been captured.
Never mind.
But we spent years turning him. And a lot of Mora.
Nothing comes for free in this world, but the loss is not without its purpose. For a small price, we have wasted a precious amount of the limited time they have. Quite a bargain, if you ask me.
Understood.
Weighing profit against loss is a necessary part of life. But to tell the truth, I have been operating at a loss since this all began. Since many centuries ago, in fact. For instance, why would a banker act as the executor of a will? If you hadn't deposited your personal belongings at Northland Bank, I would have no reason to be here right now. Dottore, I've placed your final data backup into the ley lines as per our contract. I trust we are now square for the safe deposit fees you paid.
Is it not a little petty to split hairs like this, given our amicable relationship?
I consider sound bookkeeping a matter of principle.
Do not forget that you only live to see this day thanks to me. In fact, every day of your life since you met me, you've been living on borrowed time.
Why, that's hardly a fair assessment. I will concede that my survival was perhaps at your whim, but I became a harbinger on my own merits. Managing money is not like other professions. Mine is not a role I could have acquired based on your recommendation alone, and certainly not one I could have lasted so long in without genuine...
The information stored in the ley lines is quite comprehensive. Rest assured, I have not forgotten how strong your pride is. Well, I presume you have no sense of fragmentation while talking with...
How could anything possibly go wrong with such strict measures in place? The remainder of your soul was split in two, with one half sent to Nodcry and the other stored in the most secure vault of the Northland Bank. Though I must say, your disdain for the other segments is quite amusing. Zandik is you, and you are Zandik. Zandik created the segments, yet you, a segment yourself, reject him.
That is, Zandik, created segments of various ages in his later years. To achieve this, he had to freeze time and part with a portion of his soul. But as constructive as it sounds, it erases my uniqueness. If each segment is equally me, then by the same token, none of them are truly me. A soul living forever in the past inevitably holds different views than he did in his later years. The same thing that completes me also restricts me. You too might ask yourself which stage of your life you want to be preserved at. The day your business failed? Or the day you were framed by a gang and sold off to a medical lab as a test subject?
We needn't dredge up the past.
This undesirable plan was eventually scrapped. Lesser Lord Kusanali was quite right. I needed an opportunity to eliminate myself. And after that, I concluded that there was no more effective plan than directly splitting the soul. Once the soul is transferred out, you will find that creating a physical body is far simpler than creating a puppet.
The other half of your soul suffered a crushing defeat in Nodcry, you know.
And yet in the process, I obtained the information I always wanted, did I not? Because now we finally know where the best testing ground truly lies.
I once thought your ultimate goal was to ascend to godhood. But as it turns out, that was merely one of your experiments.
Experiments take many forms. Most people are too eager for success, too fixated on the end goal. They forget that the experimental process is a suspiciously vacant seat, a new face. I trust you can put two and two together. The reason it doesn't exist is because someone tampered with the record.
What can I say? After all your efforts, you really did uncover the world's secrets. So, is the new world you promised a lie?
No, it never was. I am glad to be able to control Irmin's soul from within. Now I shall attempt to create a new world inside the existing one. Almost everyone faces the prospect of death, but not a single person has ever been able to experiment unrestrained in the afterlife through sheer force of will. I am the only one to have overcome this enormous challenge. Would I not be letting the world down if I didn't make the most of the opportunity to experiment?
Clearly, the dividing of your soul did not affect the magnitude of your ego. Out of all the versions of you that have ever existed, this you is the most insane.
Is that why you chose to work with me? Which was it then?
Could I call myself a venture capitalist without a suitably ambitious plan to invest in? Yours happened to fit the bill quite perfectly.
Well then, I must say, while I am surprised enough that you showed up at all, what surprises me more is that you chose to present yourself as my former subordinate, and not as the banker Pantalone.
Why make things harder than they need to be? Exposing my true identity in a situation like this would only serve to destroy diplomatic relations between Snezhnaya and Sumeru. I daren't showing up in the name of the original antagonist gives you the recognition you rightly deserve, while also being sensitive to Snezhnaya's predicament. As for why I'm here, if you're suggesting that your credit is in the negative, I won't argue with that. Many people say that about you.
I'd argue that a significant factor in your willingness to cooperate is the fact that you have but a few years of life left after my death. Living and dying together has a way of binding two parties together rather closely. Is it not true that a relationship should be judged by both the positive and negative
So some of what I said actually made it into your head after all. It's true that I hope you don't die too soon, but don't you find that a strange thing for me to say? After all, especially for a human being.
Let's not pretend that you're any more innocent than I am. Are we not the same in this regard? We both despise the existing laws of this world, and neither—
Is it really so greedy to want the world to operate by a new set of rules?
Of course not, my dear friend. And as I've said before, mutual
I just hope there never comes a day when I have to work too hard to prove that.
Regrader, sir. People have been spotted approaching Sumeru City.
How strange. Despite your access to Irminsol's data, it appears the soldiers noticed before you did. They must have found a workaround. Well, Dottore, I trust you know what this means.
They're coming. They'll breach the city gates any—
But even so, I would say Irminsol is a wonderfully convenient thing on the whole. If you do manage to create a new world, perhaps you could plant one outside my office, too.
I'll consider it.
What do you need me to do? Stall them?
The experiment will take time. Stall them—
Very well. But have you heard this story? There was once a guilty man, kneeling in the center of a church while an angry mob outside waited to bring him to justice. He pleaded with the gods, begging them to grant him one final request, the chance to finish confessing his sins before he was sentenced. Many suns and moons passed, seasons changed, and still his confession continued, as if he intended to speak and—
Are you suggesting I worship you as a god? Or were you hoping that I might confess my sins?
Certainly not the latter. That would make my life miserable indeed.
Do you have anything lined up for when this is over?
Hard to say. Field work always takes quite a toll on me, as you know. Once I'm back at Snezhnaya, I'll start with a well-earned cigarette.
Why are you so eager to ruin your lungs after I went to the trouble of replacing them for you?
If you have an issue with it, feel free to try to stop me.
I know it's a little late in the day to be asking this.
I'm flattered that you would take the time out of your busy schedule to consider my well-being, Doctor. The part of your soul that went to Nodcry caused quite a stir, sending our organization back to the drawing board on numerous fronts. It was quite a headache for everyone involved.
Dear me, I must have caused you—
You certainly did. I had the— Don't worry, I pulled through. At most, it's a public relations nightmare. I made—
Now I'm curious. How—
Oh, it was quite simple. I just pinned the blame on someone who wasn't there. I could hardly be expected to defy the demands of someone as insistent as the Second Harbinger, now could I?
How you slander me. You know full well that I am perfectly amenable. There's no question that you are partly to blame for the ruin of my reputation over the years. For someone who despises them so, you never seem to have any objections to me. At first, I thought you'd be furious.
Concerned I would terminate our partnership.
Not at all. You had reason.
Don't you find people's attitudes toward gods amusing? A god descends from the heavens and people worship it unreservedly, blindly follow. And yet, when they see an ordinary person gain godlike levels of power by virtue of their own hard work, they treat him with nothing but suspicion.
Is that supposed to be a
No. I was just thinking. I pity the man who would call you a
There's no need to be—
What's on your mind?
The limits of It's a pity. Despite running countless calculations, I find there is simply no way to reduce any further the amount of one's soul required to sustain an individual.
It's rare to hear you admit to being unable to achieve something.
I beg to differ. For instance, as I've told you before, the original me was prone to motion sickness and couldn't make long train rides.
Ah, yes, of course. One of the reasons you often sent yourself out on errands. What are you thinking about now?
A new in the event that my soul was depleted, say we extracted my data from someone else's memories, yours for instance, and then combined it with your intact soul as the base material, what would we create?
Such a scenario would be impossible.
Oh?
As long as your current soul survives, there will be no need to create a new individual. Don't forget, you were the one who approved of the present situation wherein only one Dottore. And if you ceased to exist, who would be capable of performing this experiment?
Since the day I met you, you've always excelled at talking your way out of a quandary.
Isn't it a little too early to be saying goodbye? Not that I wish to keep you from your business, of course. Very well. Let's leave the conversation there for now.
The power of King Deshret's 7 pillars is truly remarkable.
Yeah, sets us up for a much easier fight. Really makes my day.
I wonder how many people can say they stormed a city twice in their life.
I was just thinking that. I've definitely had more than my fair share of unusual...
This is my first time here, actually. We never usually leave
I hope this will be my last time.
Does everyone have to chime in? Can't we just...
What an amusing comment, my dear lady. Yet humans often alleviate...
Whoa! Why
Because the image on her shield is one of me. And I, of course, can appear wherever I wish to.
Well, la-dee-da. Isn't that fancy? Could I get in on this?
You wish for your gauntlet to speak? Why so...
Ahem. I think you'll find that it is I whose image is carved hereupon.
Thanks. Definitely feel stronger now.
You're welcome, my lady. I am glad to lend you my power.
Sino, what's the situation?
There are troops stationed at every entrance. As we expect. Everyone, stick to the plan. We'll take the main entrance. You head for the house. Move out.
Out of my way!
Now it's your
Take this! Watch out!
Get lost!
Whew. Thank you, Jet.
You gotta be more careful. If you're not ready to put your life on the line, you can't be certain of defeating your opponent.
She's right. Keep your wits about you, Rana.
Look alive! Hi! You're dead meat!
Prepare yourself.
Take them out and secure the harbor. Reinforcements will arrive by water.
Consider it done.
Show no mercy.
Gotcha! Their penance is due!
We shall prevail! Let's get it on! Ha!
Surrender!
This body belongs to ice and snow.
Pay your dues.
Looks like we're in for a tough fight.
Come at me!
Buckle up! You asked for it!
Back to it.
Judgment is upon you. Guilty! You stand condemned!
Can't run from death. Grant us your blessing!
Use of course authorized. Better hold back this time.
Let's get it on! Hi!
Surrender!
Yield!
Resistance is futile.
Nowhere to run!
Indulge! Send.
Waterway secured.
Brothers! Sisters!
Perfect. Just in time.
Welcome. Once we've linked,
The team has arrived at the north entrance, as planned.
Good.
Look alive! There you are. We shall prevail. The merrier. Blink! Gloves off!
Your sins weigh upon your soul! Guilty!
Use myself a little.
Your penance is due! Guilty!
The citizens shine.
What a waste of time!
Your skull!
Hear my prayer! Yield!
Futile! Judgment is upon you! You stand condemned!
Look out!
Finally. We need to hurry. Take the middle road now.
Don't relax just yet. More Fatui approaching from the right.
Irminsul cannot track our movements. If necessary, we could split up.
Don't worry. We'll wipe them all out.
As you can see, our people came
Good.
How are things with the
Don't underestimate.
All right. You know...
Sino and the reinforcements have drawn the Fatui's fire by using a cluster leaf of cultivation. We can...
Good luck with that.
Ready?
Ready!
I'm gonna fix your skull!
I hear everything! Cry louder!
Do it!
That's far and... A new dawn rises!
Fatui soldiers up ahead.
Careful.
Prepare for battle.
Hey! There's people over there.
You have some nerve showing your faces here in the center of
You're right on schedule.
Well, this guy sure as heck isn't your average Fatui.
They've stationed quite a few people nearby. It definitely looks... Everything about this guy feels too deliberate. I highly doubt he's just a subordinate of Dottores. And he's no mere sergeant. Whatever his rank is, it's... So you've been waiting for us. But it looked...
Very clever, General Mahamatra Sino. I know you're the one in charge of this siege, and I look forward to making a
A siege? Sumeru City belonged...
Historically, yes. But things can always change. We have quite a sizable force with us, you know.
There's a Fatui ambush at the north gate.
Can you handle him?
We can for now.
Yes, I'm quite sure both sides can hold their ground for the time being. The battle has not yet reached. But what happens next? Do you enjoy watching bloodshed? Surely, once a war begins, some people must die.
Wait a second. It's a trick. He's not even there. Silence!
He disappeared. What was that? A ghost?
Curses! He was never there to begin with. That was just...
Enough talk! Attack!
I apologize for being unable to accompany you at this crucial moment, but I am compelled to leave for reasons beyond my control. Sumeru's General Mahamatra is quite ruthless. It's a good thing I wasn't there in person.
Your illusion held them up for a time just fine. But now that they have seen through it, they will realize you were just...
Decoy or not, what matters now is that they will be heading your way...
Not imminently. They are already...
This is far enough. Tainari, you...
Are you sure you don't need me?
No need. Once the connection is established, we'll disappear from the sanctuary.
All right. Good.
Now where's the interface Nahida mentioned? Come on! Where's it hiding?
Found it. It's over here. We can connect to the inside of Irminsul through the sanctuary. You should be pretty familiar with the process.
Is it the same route as last time? Then I should be fine.
And Paimon? Once...
Wait! The stakes are way higher this time, right? Maybe Paimon should stay up. Huh? Why are you staring?
Hey, you've grown quite a lot yourself. Don't you two start getting...
Well, anyway, Paimon thinks she's pretty knowledgeable. Who's the best guide in Teyvat again?
If we say Alhatham's not a weirdo, it's hard to explain how he came up with the idea of you applying to the academia. But for all that he counts, you're doing surprisingly well and...
She just goes to show how important it is to have someone supporting you. And Paimon's not the only one. Let's not forget that you only became a student because of Nahida's personal...
That's fair. I have learned a lot in Sumeru. Oh yeah. Did you ever come up with that ugly nickname you
What? No way! We're friends now!
Fine.
We need to go. Paimon, if you're staying, look after.
Will do. Paimon's gonna link up with Tainari and Sino. You guys are the ones who need to be careful.
We will be.
Initiating connection. Well, here we are again. Come to think of it, I still don't even know where we're going.
Thanks to our terminals, it should be impossible for Irminsul to read. I can...
Don't tell me. Only you need to know. That way, whatever happens to me next, it won't affect your progress.
Listen to me. Your safety is just... Don't even think about sacrificing your...
All right, if you insist.
This place looks so different from how I remember. It's unrecognizable. It's a complete mess. Like someone's turned the place upside down.
Must be Dottoro's doing. Either he's searching for some information he needs.
It's still changing.
He has to know we've entered Irminsul. But luckily for us, he can't pinpoint our location. Be on your guard. Don't let him find us. The red parts have probably been corrupted by Dottoro's power. Don't touch them, or you might alert him. He's looking for us. Tread carefully.